Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. And welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. I am your sensei, your griot, here to tell you a story, and don't believe a word I say. I want to thank everybody who's put something in my PayPal, and I suggest more to do it. That's at the dude awake 42 at Gmail. Anyone wants to talk to me, not on the World Wide Web, but just ear to ear. That's point to point. That is just you and me and the NSA. And that is, the dude awake 42 at Gmail. So I hope, how are you all doing? Somebody was there for a moment. Now they're gone. So remember, more thumbs up, more comments, something in the old PayPal, and get a hold of me at the dude awake. So we have been, a new series has been that we have been calling up friends and getting a hold of them and having them talk like, this, I was Jay Leno or something, I'm Jay Leno. So here we go. We're going to try a friend. Here we go. So how you guys been? Everybody's good? Here's Anthony's there. Hey there, Anth. Yep. Tis your
no. Hi, we're not home right now. Please leave a message and we'll give you a call back. Allison and Kevin.
Hey, did-dee-dee-doo. I didn't hear a little beep.
Enter your PIN followed by the pound key. To leave a message for this subscriber, press the pound key. To log on as another subscriber, press the star.
Hi, we're not home right now. Please leave a message and we'll give you a call back.
Oh, isn't the digital world just beautiful? I just love it when it's so incorrect, so obscene. So
your message. When you have finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Hey there, homie. It's your Sensei Al Bob, and I just was calling you. I'm live on the Dreamy Dreamland, and isn't the world just wonderful? I mean, what happened to your answering machine? Did the robots take over? Is it Judgment Day? What's going on? I don't know. I'm up here at I Station Zebra Little Debby cakes, and all is exciting. We had another snowfall, and I probably won't be getting out here till July 4th. So it's all good. We haven't started to eat our legs yet, but soon, as long as we have some special sauce. I have some nice barbecue sauce that's just, right for kneecaps, So anyway, hope you're doing well. As I said, I wanted to bring you on. I was going to pretend to be Jay Leno, and you could be whoever you wanted to be. So we just talk about theology and philosophy, and nothing more personal than that. Okay. I love you. You be good. See you later.
To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To mark your message.
Hey there, homie. It's your Sensei Al Bob, and I just was calling you. I'm live on the Dreamy Dreamland, and isn't the world just wonderful? I mean, what happened to your answering machine? Did the robots take over? Is it Judgment Day? What's going on? I don't know. I'm here at I Station Zebra Little Debby cakes, and fall is exciting. We had another snowfall, and I probably won't be getting out here till July 4th. So it's all good. We haven't started to eat our legs yet, but soon, as long as we have some special sauce. I have some nice barbecue sauce that's just right for kneecaps. So anyway, hope you're doing well. As I said, I wanted to bring you on. I was going to pretend to be Jay Leno, and you could be whoever you wanted to be. So we just talk about theology and philosophy, and nothing more personal than that. Okay. I love you. You be good. See you later.
To re-record your message, press 1 and begin recording after the tone. To continue recording where you left off, press 2 and begin recording after the tone. If this recorded...
I can't help myself when I'm given a choice like hit 2 and take off where
You
you...
have reached the maximum time allowed to make your recording. To review, re-record, or add to your message, press 1. To mark your message urgent, press 2. To mark your message private, press 3.
Do I get a
Send
choice?
your message as is, press pound. Marked urgent. To review, your message has been sent.
That only took a half hour. I just love phone trees, don't you? So we're heading for Third World War. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for some nukes? Both Putin and, Putin is just another puppet. I mean, Putin is just a mirrored image of Jojo the used car salesman, And, he's got his bunker with 40 babes in it, and he'd be happy to nuke half his population, so he wouldn't have to worry about uprisings, right? So I wouldn't, limited nuclear war. Everyone's down for limited nuclear war. I mean, it's like golf, Anyway, we've been talking here now about 7 minutes and 16 seconds. Countdown to tomorrow with Little Debbie and Zebra Cakes. Here we are at Ice Station Zebra Cake. Oh man, I scraped the ice a little bit, and just so I won't kill myself. And our next door neighbor, who's like Mr. Banker, he rented the little shithole next to the school, and he wanted to basically pretend he was a farmer. So he's got some goats and chickens, and he hasn't really fed them in 3 weeks, and there's no water. I mean, everything's ice. So the chickens and the, whatever, I don't know, they're goats, maybe they're goats. And they come up and just kind of get food. It kind of reminds me of what the human race is coming to, especially when, the robots take over and no one has a job. It'll be interesting, So good luck with that. I'm about to have my 72nd birthday soon, so I'm doing great. I'm back from the dead. Not many people can say they're back from the dead, and I know what it's like the other side. John, how are you all doing? I am. Yes, I know people have to talk that way. One is Jojo, the used car salesman. He was talking that way in his last, news conference. And his eyes were, if you didn't notice it, his eyes were like blinking like Morse code. I am just a robot. Don't believe anything I say. My business handler is Dr. Anthony Foreskin, and his puppet master that has his hand up Anthony's Foreskin's anal port is Little Debbie's illegitimate child, micro penis Billy Boy, and it's just one big porno show. Yes, it is. Oh, and not even a very high quality porno. It's just a more blood and guts porno show. Ooh. hot beverage. Hot tamales. Anyway, Jamie, you can tell that I'm starting to suffer from cabin fever. This is now 2 weeks that I haven't been able to get out of here, even to go someplace else. And it's John, as Anthony, not Anthony, but Anthony, our friend from England, calls John the people's saint of truth, right? And he is, but it's like not so much the words he says, because most of them are that kind of porno film, because he says things that he has no idea what he's saying. Like last night, he was going on about my second wife and blah, blah, blah. And he doesn't know anything about it. And he's talking like, oh, you should never have sex with anyone except her when you die. And it's like, what? And all those other women, oh, you're a fornicator. And I mean, it's just, what? Love is something to share with people, right? You don't, I mean, I've never, except for my first wife, who at a certain point needed to be married because her father told me that I was the one, and she didn't know that he had said that, and he couldn't die peacefully unless he knew that she was married to me and I was taking care of her. And that's, I mean, psychically, I mean, none of that was on the top of the table, because he told me never to tell her that, and so I didn't. I just treated her like, you're my one and only, because pretty much every person I'm with, I treat as my one and only. Right? That's what life is supposed to be. We're supposed to love each other. Jesus kind of said that, And Billy Boy, John always goes on about God and Jesus. Praise Jesus, praise Jesus. But that's not how it is. You have to live those feelings, not just spout them off. And judge. I don't judge anybody, but you're evil. You're going to hell. No, oh, you're not judging anyone. Okay, that's good. And again, I call John not the people's saint of truth. He is the canary in the coal mine, right? And he has just one loop. I've known him 7 years. The most important thing is my children. Well, where are they? They're in Texas. Well, why aren't you there? Oh, it's too hard. It's too hard. I mean, getting up every morning for me is too hard. He was going on about how he was suffering. I mean, my body is screaming pain all the time. Any of you have worked in hospitals or worked around old people or geriatrics, you know about arthritis and, neuropathy and diabetes and, high blood pressure. And, I got everything. I got the, not the trifecta, the 100 factor. I have everything both my parents had. And pretty much so will you. And I'm a moron because I took care of him for 28 years. I should have taken care of myself a little bit better, but pretty much my grandma and my great aunt and everyone who was old in both gene pools had all the stuff that I have, right? And some of them were like, pumping iron till the day they died and looked great, but they still were like suffering. They still have all the stuff I have, right? And, I went and saw all my high price while I was here, and they all said, boy, you're in great shape for a dead guy. So, waking up and screaming pain every morning is, a form of blessing, because the only way that I can get up and move is I meditate, I pray, I exercise, I do my Tai Chi, I do my Qigong, and then I'm good to go. And then I have to keep moving. I can, like I'm sitting down here, in about 15, 20 minutes, I'll have to get up and stretch, move around a little bit, and sit back down, right? So these are all blessings, because it makes me be conscious, not unaware, not unconscious, and pretty much everyone on this planet, especially those who are in the bourgeois mentality, John. He goes, I work so hard. Well, what do you do? Oh, I work so hard. What do you do? Well, I worked out and worked on my blah, and then I did movies, and then I did. We had to. John has, he has unbelievable credentials. His curriculum is he could teach from here. He wouldn't have to see anybody. Half the friends of mine who are in colleges teaching, they're all doing it from their house, doing it over the internet. He could, I want to go to LA and move. He work in movies. I'm the best there is. Well, really, the best thing John does is editing. Of all his skill sets within movie making, he is best at, editing. And he could do that here. He could make a good $100,000 a year by just sitting there doing what he does on his YouTubes for other people, and but he won't do it because I only work on my movies. Really? Okay. How's that been working out for you for the last 30 years? And Jamie Hilliard came up with the areas right there. Just speaking of the devil, Jamie, Ice Station Zebra. Yep. And Ice Station Zebra Debby cakes. Man, I made the greatest. Let me walk you in. I gotta get up anyway. Oh, baby. Woo! Oh, God, that hurts. So I'm in pain like this all the time, and John's going, oh, I'm suffering. I would just want to kill myself. Really? And then he talks about God, That's one of the big no-nos of God, because God is this body. This is the gift from God, right? And our gift to God for this gift of life and experience is to have a good time. God wants to have a good time. The only way he can have a good time is, do it through us. So here's the meal I made. This is garlic, an eggplant, and mostly sweet potatoes, right? And onions and red cabbage. And then this is pasta cooked in onions and garlic and some chorizo. And this is, I don't know if you guys know what mole is, but it's like a Mexican sauce that's made from chocolate and vegetables. So, boy, those three together, the pasta, that is perfect, just al dente, and with this garlicky, oniony taste and lots of olive oil, and the mole, and then the vegetables on top of that, and then the mole on top of that. It is orgasmic. And, said, come on, John, it's perfect. Come on down. So all he's eating, pretty much all he's got up there is little Debby cakes and chocolate popcorn. And, he's 20 pounds heavier than I am. I've been here 2 weeks now. It's your fault. You've been thinking that I should be fat and you should be skinny. I don't think things work that way. And I don't even think about John. I think about him in the fact I want him to be happy. I want him to, get a life. And I've come here, you just came here to get out of it. Well, no, actually, it is colder here and more snow than it is in Deep Green. I was talking to my neighbor, and he said, yeah, we've only had about 5 inches all winter, and no ice. And it's been mostly, it snows and then goes in the 50s. And it's like, why did I come here? Not to be warm, to help John, not just help John, but there are 20 other people that I'm involved with in this town. And most of them are with organizations that I helped set up. And they were like running an organization that seemed to be good. And I tried to show them how to write grants, how to, play this system. And they just continually want me to do it for them. If you give a man a fish, he'll eat that day. If you teach him how to fish, he'll eat the rest of his life. So I came back talked to everybody. They said, "That's it, kids. No more for me. You know, you can come visit me out in the deep green. You know, want to have a good time, but otherwise, see you later, Charlie." Now, not a lot, but a number. Like the other day, one of my godsons, he's a son of one of the usual suspects, the black hero, and the archetype of the black hero, who's always an anti-hero, basically. Whenever you see the black hero in hooded world, he is the anti-hero. So, like In the Heat of the Night is a good example of the black hero, anti-hero. Because he's basically a man. Yes, he's like trying, first he gets blamed for a murder, but then he shows he's a policeman and then he solves the crime. But he's still working for the man. He's always keeping everyone under the man's thumb. So that's the black hero, anti-hero, right? So, and we're all that. See, most people don't realize we're all fucking niggers. We're all fucking niggers, and not just niggers, fucking niggers, right? Every white person who's scrapping, fucking nigger. My brother, fucking nigger. Sisters, fucking. As my mother said, us fucking nigger whore cunts. I'm dying now, right? So, and then my mom. Now she was the people's saint of truth, my mother, but she was also Joe Stalin and Adolf Hitler and Attila the Hun, a kind of, So, I chose to be more the fool, and in the tarot is the most elevated card. In other divinations, a fool is the person who knows what's going on because, like me, I kind of see what it is. I keep my mouth shut, and whenever I open my mouth, it is only say something foolish that is the truth. And that's what a griot does, right? So that's what your griot Sensei Al Bob does, right? And it's not becoming more challenging. Actually, it's becoming more interesting. And as the Chinese say, may you live in interesting times. Meaning, fuck you, motherfucker, eat shit and die. That's kind of it, right? That's what that Chinese saying is. So I should have put the title of this profanity, pornography, because this show isn't for children. I should have said that in the beginning. In the beginning, God was wrong. God was a dwarf. God, and that's putting dwarfs, little people in bad light. God was actually this guy named Gob, who was named Baal, and everyone used to call him Bachi. And that's why in the Old Testament, he's such, a hard-on, Now Jesus is another fact, he was like the fun-loving, good time son of Bocce-Ball, and he tried to set things right because it wasn't the devil that the devil made me do it. I'm sorry, that's not, and everyone loves, like the couple of shows ago, I had a bald guy screaming at me. Jamie said, Jamie, thanks again for finding it. It took me an hour to go through. I didn't realize I have almost 2,000 freaking shows. And again, I offer all of them up to you, but you need to put them on hard drives, some drives. Don't put them just in the cloud because I got to line up. You can see them all. They're all there. But because I'm watching little bits of the internet fall apart. And basically what I see happening is, like I said, Putin, there are no nation states. It's a scam. It's a cartoon show. Remember SNL? They'd have this guy who did animations, and he'd start out a cartoon, and then some character would steal the cartoon, and TV Playhouse cartoon show. And that's where we're living in. And so, this whole thing about Ukraine is a joke. Back in 91, they were tacit agreements. Now, the big problem was that Mikhail Gorbachev didn't force George H. to write it down and make it a treaty. They just said, "Oh, we're going to do this. We'll never push, NATO onto your border." Well, they immediately started doing that because what NATO is, it's like a used car lot for weapons. Now, these, Poland, Lithuania, all those Russian satellites that were along the Russian border, they all had Russian weapons. Well, they joined NATO, they have to buy American weapons. And what's interesting, Blinken, who just said, we wrote back to the Russians and we're not telling you what we said, meaning the American people. The Russians, why keep it a secret? The Russians know what we said, because the bottom line is, back 30 years ago, Russia said, you can do whatever the fuck you want, why don't you just let us join NATO and then it'll be fine? Well, why? Because we needed an enemy, even one that didn't exist, right? Because Russia ain't commie anymore. They are oligarch, just like we are. We're not a capitalist state. We're a crony capitalist state made up of oligarchs, So is Europe, EU. Now there are certain states like Sweden and Norway and France a little bit, Italy a little bit, England a little bit, that are like what they call social democracies, little commie, little capitalist. But no, if you look who's going to Davos, who's part of whatever the name that all those secret organizations, and the ones that aren't so secret but represent them, like the Trilateral Commission, Club of Rome, Council on Foreign Relations, and then a whole bunch of others that don't come to my mind because I didn't work for them. The Vatican is a good one. Anybody in the UN, when I worked at the UN, it was just one big spy house and one big club. Everybody was patting each other on the back, even though they alleged enemies. And they were like frenemies. That's what they were, frenemies. And, so Russia, Putin's having a hard time because he's dissing his own people. And he's made it so they can't say anything. All they can do is consume rat shit stuff. The crap that we wouldn't even buy, that's what they're giving their people, right? So, and yet they are steering everyone towards Mr. Baloney land. And so, bottom line, there's this thing in NATO called Article 5, meaning if someone attacks a NATO country, all the rest of them. And so, allegedly, we were attacked on 9/11, and so all of NATO had to come and bomb the crap out of, Afghanistan and, Iraq and, Syria and Libya and all those countries that didn't want to take the petrodollar anymore but wanted gold dinars. Pretty much countries said, no, we're not going for the American dollar for our oil. We want gold dinars. Bingo, they were bombed into oblivion. And even Muammar, he made a big mistake giving up his pretend nuclear weapons program. Look at, the only reason why we don't bomb the crap out of, there's two reasons why we don't bomb the crap out of North Korea is we couldn't make any money, three reasons. Couldn't make any money at it. It's much more profitable to have them a, straw dog enemy. And, they didn't give up their ICBMs and their nuclear weapons. So, so Muammar still had his, and he didn't blow up anything. He just, everyone knew he was kind of tinkering with it. He had a couple of reactors. Israel blew up one, but at a certain time he said, okay, listen, I'm getting old. I got my country in great shape. Everyone's happy with me. No one's going to pull me out of here till the day I die. I've said it's 99% democratic. Everyone gets to do what the fuck they want. They all get educated. They all eat well. They all have a house. They all have health care. They all got a job. So I'm good, So I'm just going to lay, I'm no longer going to be that crazy guy with the sunglasses and the Michael Jackson outfit. I'm just going to, take care of my people. And so, okay, you're scared that I got a nuclear, I'll get rid of that, right? Because he brought in the, international nuclear guys, and they helped him decommission everything, and like within a year, we bombed the crap out of him, right? So because he wanted gold dinars, you know. Anyway, and the first thing they bombed, he dug these. One of the best things he ever did for his people was, it's a desert country. Most of the water on this planet isn't in the sky or even in the sea. Most of the water is the earth. And so he dug deep, 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 way past the oil, deep, 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 and hit the deep reserves of unbelievably pure, healthy, amazing water, life-giving. I mean, the prana is in that water. And he pumped it up. He gave it to the people. Their health was like better than anybody else. It assisted with the health system he had. And then he put it on the ground. And up until the time he was bombed into non-existence, Libya made more money selling vegetables to Europe than it did selling its oil, because they were cutting back on. They weren't pumping like crazy, because Libyan crude is the best oil on the planet. It's clear crude. It's not like tar. So it's very easy to make into things, very easy to make into petroleum products without having to crack it, right? So anyway, that's a little history lesson. So we're going to have a war. I mean, it's real obvious, because all the other wars that we're making money. And so NATO, so when we brought all those Eastern countries into NATO, they had to buy fighters from, why did we, give all those guys our top line F-35? Well, because it's a piece of crap. And it cost $100 billion an airplane. So Lockheed and Boeing and Grumman and all those guys made, that's what they make money on. The thing that this country makes most money on is weapons. GE ain't making toaster ovens anymore, or washing machines. Everyone's just making weapons and poisons and toxins and you name it, everything to kill people. Because, the Davos crowd, if you go to the Georgia Stones, they want the population down to 500 million, where that 2,500 people who rule the planet, they can, it'll be just like in the, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, that song, Southern Man Better. Well, that's what the Davos crowd kind of wants. And that song that the Crosby, Stills, and Nash did really sucked, because that is, calling people, like Hillary said, oh, they're a basket of deplorables. You want it deplorable, that reptile bitch. That's a deplorable person, So you can tell I'm in good mood, right? Like I said, I'm starting to go a little cabin, this 2 weeks, and I can't move my car. I went out there and it froze it like ice. I mean, come on. Let's have 50 degrees and rain. Then I can get out of here. I mean, I'm not going anywhere immediately, but at least go down the hill and go have a nice breakfast. I mean, we're running out of things too. I'm down to, canned food. I'm using the vegetables I cooked up today were the last. And so, anyway, I guess I'm just going to start to fast, which is fine. I'm more I feel integrated. I'm more a monk. This is my monk stage. So, what do? I listen to John say this. I want to kill myself. Life is terrible. Oh, and like I'm sitting there, and every muscle in my body is screaming, and he's going, how terrible he has it. Right? I'm getting so old. I'm 44 years old. I'm 70. At 44, I was a young Turk, and I still am a young Turk. Had sex, not me. John says, I haven't had sex in 7 years. Well, my last girlfriend was, in September, and she was quite nice. She was a total flower child. She was going to school at, what do you call that place? App State. When I lectured there in the 80s, App State was what was App State? App State was a state teachers college, and they had about 1,200. Now they have 30,000 kids there, and it is a party school. And with COVID, not so many. So Boone is really, having a hard time because their whole economy was based on those kids skiing, doing, and hanging out in bars. And now they're not there. Mike Cummins got bumped from JB2. Jane, I've never bumped your comments, have I? Sunny here today, East Coast getting slammed. Awesome MJ outfit. Yes, you like this? No. This is all of these clothes came from either the dumpster, the thrift store, or like this jacket. I bought this at Walmart's for $3. But when they first put it on the hanger, it was $64. It's made out of an alien material. I mean, it's like as light as a Dixie cup. It keeps you ridiculously warm. And it's amazingly, so right here, they have this really nice kind of felty material. What's that stuff that keeps you warm? It's like wool, but synthetic. And they have it right where the breeze would hit your neck, And this thing it goes down between my thigh and my kneecap, where guys' jackets are just right where your belt thing is. So the breeze goes right up your back. Guys' clothes suck. So this is a woman's coat. I've had it and I've set it on fire a few times. When you're cooking around a fire, it's easy to set things on fire. But this stuff, again, it's made out of alien material. So, I looked down and I saw the flames coming up and I said, uh-oh. And before I could pat it out, this green smoke came and put the fire out. And then I took a big huff of it and fell over unconscious and had extreme psychotropic dreams for about all of a minute and a half. And then I woke up, leaned over, and vomited. Now that is really a bargain. You get and I bought this coat for $3. They were if no one bought it, was the last one on the rack, close out. And if I didn't buy it, and it was screaming pink, meaning it's 3 years old, and it absorbs, cooking grease for something. See how it's kind of glossy, and so it's toned its pinkness down by a good amount, right? And then this thing, I don't know whose neck is this big, I found this in the dumpster, but it is great because you can do this to it, right? Put it over you like this. I guess that's what they designed it for. Then you put this on top and do this, and then do that. You're toasty, right? So it's all good. Let's see. It's surreal. I mean, he deletes every show he does. I mean, it says, 17 shows. He got 4 up there. I have every one I ever made, except for a few that mistakenly I hit a button and it disappeared, and who knows where it is. But the majority, 99.9% of everything I've ever done is still up there. And Jamie Hilliard can attest to it because he found that bald guy screaming at me, And when he said, we have 2 lists here. All the good things you did and all the things I'm really upset about. Right? So he said, we've known each other for 2 decades. Right. So I saved your life twice. I've always watched out for your mother while you weren't here and you were off in Germany doing God knows what. I put the sewer, you spent $2,000 trying to figure out where the sewer was. And I spent $5 putting one in for you. I fixed the electricity in that place. As he had just tons of shit in there, and I took it all out. Went, put it in boxes, put it nice over here, and you saw him screaming at me. And what was the problem? He couldn't find his Scotch tape. And that paper, name of paper, that was European paper that wouldn't fit into, an American printer or a typewriter and really? And you just don't, boundaries. Well, he does. I mean, his boundaries, forget it. He doesn't even know what it is. Now, I myself, I have to say that I do push people's boundaries, but for a reason, to wake them up a bit. See how much I woke that guy up? And did he learn anything from it? Not really. Hot pink looks Einstein. Pretty much everything looks good on me. I mean, not fashion-wise, but it looks good on me. In the overall ambiance of your Sensei Al Bob, whatever I put on, I used to walk around. I mean, my fashion goddess of a wife, she used to make these clothes that were like, because she had a big fashion house. She had 40 seamstresses working for her. So when we went out, she wanted me to look nice. So I would have, amazing clothes. And but no matter how hard I try, if I'm eating, the food finds its way on my shirt, my pants, my whole body. So we would go out to, her company was in outer space in quality of handbags, and really rich people, especially those little clutchy things. So any person who was going to any A-list red carpet event would have one of her little clutchy things. And she has those in the Museum of Modern Art and about 5 other museums. That's the level of her. Her father, Albert Einstein of diamond cutters, right? And Harry Winston, he was in Italy, and he was like, and my princess of wife, she was born in Italy, in Rome, and she was, they lived in a castle. They were ridiculously wealthy, and he was the world's greatest diamond. Harry Winston brought him over to New York to cut the Hope diamond, which had a curse on it. And this guy had an ego the size of Texas. And, so he's taken a boat over. The Andrea Doria sinks. He's coming. He hasn't even got the diamond yet, and the friggin' boat sinks. And so there's a picture of him because he was coming over to work for Harry Winston. So the news guys knew this. So they made a video that he's like, the curse almost got him, but he survived it. And he went and he cut the diamond. He did a great job, and yay! Well, 7 years later, he and his wife both die of alcoholism, penniless, in the Lower East Side. And my sweetie, she is left on the street without even a place to live in, without a nickel or any relatives whatsoever in the United States. And all she had to her name was school uniforms. And so, she was 17. She still, and the Catholic school wasn't going to, your parents hadn't paid the bill for the last 2 years, so you're not graduating. So she said, fine. And she slept in abandoned buildings, ate out of dumpsters, and she walked down 6th Street in Lower East Side. And if people didn't know who you were murdered, And she walked down 6th Street all the way down to Avenue D, where the Hells Angels were, and went in there, and they had a place where they had slaves making leather bags and things for the motorcycle guys, right? And she wanted to learn how to sew leather because she had an idea, because her whole family fashion industry, that she was going to do something with leather. So she went there. Within a year, she had reorganized their business to a business instead of just the whole thing, a front for drug selling. And, she had employees and things, and then she went after she hit this certain level of the Hells Angels, who loved her forever. It was quite interesting when we would go to things that I would do that those guys would be there. They knew her. Rhea, oh sweetheart, how you doing? And she had a multi-million in 5 years. She went from eating in dumpsters to living on Park Avenue and having a multi-million-dollar empire, employing 50 people, and having a big factory on 8th Avenue, right there in the garment district, right? And so that's what kind of girl. So she would make all those clothes because we would go to fashion events, right? And I would go with her. She'd be on my arm, and every man who was in there was, oh, look at that babe, ooh. It was, and then they'd look at me and go, holy moly! And now I didn't look that bad, and she would dress me up so I would look pretty good. But they go, who is that guy? And in the art world, I would go to art things. We go to the Museum of Modern Art. We go and she liked that because she was like talking to the rich people. She'd have all of this stuff that she made, and those rich people go, who'd you buy that? And she'd give them her card, right? I mean, she was always doing business, right? So was I. That's why we were so great. But we were like at different ends of the universe, and so all of this, esoteric stuff, that was her. I mean, that was deep in her. Her grandma was a crone. Her grandma came from the islands of Sicily where the Celts were. She had red hair and green eyes and whitest skin. And she, Italian as you can get Italian. And so she would, a good example is, so I meet her, a friend of mine. I was telling John this story last night, and all he could talk about was how I shouldn't have sex with anyone until I die so I can see her in heaven. And I don't need to wait till I die, because when I, go meditate, there she is, like, hey, sweetie, kiss me on the cheek, we talk, we have a little cappuccino, and we can go anywhere. She loves Rome. So every time, I pop in, she's in Rome, sitting at her favorite cafe, and she's talking to all the intelligentsia that she loves. And I join them and have a great time. And that's what life is meant to be. Not this illusion, material cartoon show, And John Boy, I mean, his parents pay his everything. He has got a curriculum vitae that's, he's got a master's degree, undergraduate degree, blah, blah, blah. He's worked here, but that. He looks great on paper. So he could get a job. And we have the best internet. It's like better than Cox gives you at home or in your office. I mean, so he has a bandwidth the size of his penis, and if he and what he really does best in filmmaking is editing. He's really, go look at that, Al Bob and John, blah, blah, blah. We're playing guitar in the snow. And it's really sublime, right? And it's really upsetting because he puts up, like, the video he did where he apologized to me and because he was so vile. I mean, any other human being would have vomited because of things he said about people I love and myself. It was like, and like I said, he's got this little line, besides an angel, sweet, generous, besides a demon, right? And all he has to do, those demons are around all of us all the time. I mean, you can see all the politicians, they're totally demonic. All you have to do is not listen. Now, I have a leg up because this ear, I don't hear them per se, but I can hear their frequency. So I just say, I'm not going to listen to that. And and there's this thing called Tennyson. It's kind of when your ears kind of go wonky, and again, does what I do, hear certain frequencies you normally don't, and they can become annoying. But only if you let it become annoying. It's really a blessing, because if you learn how to just not hear it, even though it's there, you just don't hear, no. So all of the negative bullshit that's around us all the time, it's irrelevant, right? Same thing, our belief structures are, you see horses and they have blinders on the side because they have eyes. I mean, what's quite interesting is every animal on this planet was designed to be on this planet, meaning virtually all animals either have scales or they have hair or they live in the water and they have, a kind of scaly skin. And so the environment never, but humans, we have this skin, we'll freeze to death. We don't have the hair. And then people like John cuts it off, he shaves his pubes, his back, his this, his arm. The hair is there for a reason. It is like a wick. It takes the toxins off your skin and, the wind takes it away. You cut that hair off, you are putting 20% more toxins in your bloodstream. You cut that hair off, you are poisoning yourself. You're opening yourself. And then the follicles are down to the skin. So they're now open to receive all the crap that's in our environment. So, so having a beard and long, good idea, And the other side of the coin, when you go bald, this isn't a bad thing, What your body does is what God and the Sumerians, genetic engineers put into us, And bottom line, messing with it. So my sweetie, she's like the queen of fashion, right? She never put any makeup on. I mean, everything about her body. She had the most cherry lips you ever wanted to see. She had like china skin, and she never had a wrinkle because she didn't worry, because she tore people a new one. She didn't worry about anything. She was living on the street, eating out a dumpster. Was she worrying? No, she was working on getting herself out of that situation and being there. She did it in 5 years. She was a millionaire before she was 23. And she focused on her business, all that she did, all the right. And then she got a little horny one time and found this guy who stooped her pretty good. And so he convinced her to marry him. And then he took her, right? And so she got rid of him. It cost her a chunk of time and money. And that was it. She had it, no more guys, no more marriage, no more, forget children. It's just full speed ahead, right? And what was amazing about her was that God and Jesus, she was God and Jesus, right? She lived it. She didn't talk about it. She didn't preach about it. She lived it. And so when I hear John go on and on and on, it's like, fingernails on a blackboard. Everything out of John's mouth is like fingernails on a blackboard. And a number of you go, how you're a saint? I can't believe no, it upsets me. Yes, it can get to me, but it's like I'm saying, I don't see this as a prison at the moment. It's a monastery. And when you're in monastery, which I've been in many monasteries, you don't lock yourself away. What you do when you're in the monastery, you focus your conscious intent on love's co-creation. So when John does that, the more he does that, the more I just want to vomit, And when he says shit, and the people who I love, who are in my heart, because Jesus is in my heart, God is in my heart. I serve love's co-creation. He says the most vile, disgusting, hurtful, demonic things, and it's and I have to like rise above it, and then it's okay. So it is allowing me. It's like Training Day. You ever seen that movie, Training Day? This kind of innocent cop ends up with what's his name? Who's a bad cop, but being a bad cop, he does good things. That's Training Day. So I'm not even a bad cop. I was always a good cop. And everything I say to John is with love and try to wake him up. Try to, I never get mad at him. Now, when he says certain things, I have to do. I'm a thespian. I know, and I'm a psychologist. I know how to grab people's attention, even if they're so deep in their turd ego that I can just pull them straight up. So yeah, I do that, and it's like talking like this. Praise Jesus. That like you know, shocks them out of it. And then whenever he really gets demonic, all I have to do is say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. That was in the beginning, is now, ever shall be, and every day we take the piece of the earth and make it stronger with love's co-creation. Amen. Aho. Now, that is one of the strongest shamanic prayers there is. It's a prayer of safety. So you say that, and demons run away. And it's, I went to, when I was at the Catholic seminary to become rocket scientist, I already got the rocket scientist down, right? And all the rest of the fascist Franciscans and Jesuits who were buggering the little boys, and they were all Nazis. I mean, at the end, Zig Heil, Da Führer, and the El Duce, So that's the Vatican, but there are a lot of good people there. There are a lot of people. The Catholic Church has. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and so my thing is whenever I'm in a situation like that, and that kind of demonic energy is all around me, there's always people who got my back, got my side. I had a cardinal for a godfather. The four people who really cared about me, who were, priests in that place, was Monsignor who ran it, Dr. What was his name? Sheehan? I think so, Sheehan. And then the second in command, he was a Marine, U.S. Marine. He fought at Guadalcanal in Korea, and he was a professional football guy, and then he became a priest. So he was like kick-ass kind of guy, and he loved literature. And he loved Byron. He loved Beckett. He loved James Joyce. And, most people can't even read James Joyce. And when I was writing, he read some of the stuff I wrote. He goes, I don't think he said you're like James Joyce on acid. What did he say? Something like that. But no, I had another teacher. The first person that told me was Allen Ginsberg. But anyway, he realized that the way I write was a lot like James Joyce. I'm not James Joyce, but I'm me. And but the way I just destroy grammar and spelling, I just take a sledgehammer to it. I do it totally on purpose. And I do it in such a way that it makes sense, because the correct usage of grammar and spelling is this, every English word is a literal magic spell. It's basically Hebrew put in a mirror backwards. And whenever you read anything backwards, it's like the doorway into the demon's world. I mean, that's what mirrors are. And George put mirrors everywhere in his place, and upstairs down, surrounded by them. I mean, you got to laugh at this stuff, right? I mean, I could get upset like all the time, but I don't. There's no sense to it, would just make me feel worse. So it forces me to pray and meditate and put myself in a higher state of consciousness, so I can breathe and live and walk around. I mean, right now, just talking about this the way I am, all the little muscles and all my fingers are like screaming, right? But another side of me is like, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as the beginning is now, ever shall be, world without amen. It feels better. Right? And there are other prayers that are a little more shamanic and a little more esoteric, and I don't have the teeth to even try and pronounce them, so I say them in my heart, which, my heart pronounces everything correctly. My mouth, not so much. Oh, so let's see what we're saying. Seldom comment if he wanted to be with his children, he'd be with them. Exactly. Simple. But that doesn't want to hear that logic. Bless his heart. Exactly. And that's what I try and do. Pink looks good on you. Amen. Let's see. I've kept everything to unless censored or unsecured by technocrats. Pretty much anything on the internet, anyone who thinks there's any kind of privacy on the internet is there's a backdoor on everything, and freaking who do you think, brought us Apple, brought us Google, brought us Facebook, brought us whatever? Fucking the NSA, and the CIA. And those guys are just the poster boys of Hail Hydra. Let's write a play called The Technocrats. I'm in the process, right? My 5-novel series, Legend, Legacy, Ear Hair, Work in Progress, All I Do Is Masturbate. Those are the 5 novels. Sending a cure for Tennyson, I think. A missing vitamin. Yes. When I take vitamin B6 and 12, and regularly, it knocks out the more annoying frequencies. Like I said, this ear was wrecked and rebuilt. I'm like the $6 million man. I was rebuilt by the Marinols. We can make them better. I don't quite run that. I used to run. When I was younger, I was great at the 100-yard dash because I could do that 100 yards faster than anybody, even a guy who's running it. There was this little place in my head. I hit a switch and bango, I was off. In lacrosse, I was a great defenseman because we mostly hang out. It has the same feel as soccer. It's like soccer with a small ball and a weapon. That's lacrosse. And you're wearing a helmet with a face. And, girls. So my team in high school, I went to this high school that we had 130 kids in it for the whole freaking school. So our headmaster used to be a teacher at Deerfield, which is a big whoop-de-doo school. And he wanted to play all those big schools. So we had to play every sport, right? So we would have 12 kids, like everyone you need plus 2 extras for every sport. And it was, we lose everything, right? So I had a couple of coaches that I had this great swimming coach that he didn't care whether we won or lost. All he cared is you did your best. And swimming is all about timing. So if you came in 1 second faster than you ever came in, he would treat you like you won the Olympics. He was 98 years old, and the first time we met him, he was an Olympic diver. And the pool that we were in was this pool, the school didn't have a pool. We had to walk 5 miles down to the city, the toy town. And back in the 1890s to 90s, they made all the toys in the world. So in that period, everyone had a great job, a lot of money. So the rich people made, great, hockey thing and the basketball thing and the swimming thing. And all. So we did all that shit downtown, and the school gave them money. And they were, dirt poor. And all the parents knew all the kids that went to our school were ridiculous. I mean, we were like astral, super space rich kids, the top wealth of the world went to this school. And these, we would go downtown and all the girls would jump us and want to have sex because they wanted to get pregnant. So these rich people's parents would buy them off. I mean, it was totally, again, one of my novels. And so our swimming coach, went there swimming, and he there's about 20 of us in the team, which is just enough, meaning we all had to do more than one event. Well, all these schools, each one of these, they'd have 4 guys who could do one event. So it's like racehorses. Whoever was the best that day would go. Us, not so much. So I was a long distance swimmer. That's all I did: swim, 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 swim. That's why and I did it because my doctor said, if you swam long distance, it would be because my crushed larynx. You would have to turn your head and breathe, and you would learn how to oxygenate your body much better. And my coach, when I told him what happened to me, he knew every biological. He had been a doctor after he'd been an Olympian. And so anyway, he's 98 years old. He says, "Hi, boys." And we come in, we walk down, we go into the locker room, we change, we shower. We're in our little Speedo, banana swimwear. And he's up on the 7-meter board, way, way up there, right? And he's talking to us from up there, and we're like, and he's this little guy, right? And he goes, "You can do anything. I'm 98 years old, and watch this." And he puts his toes over a thing, and he just, zoop, and he does flip, flip, twirl, twirl, flip, twirl, flip, twirl, and goes into the wall like a razor blade, not even a. Then he swims, and this is an Olympic-sized swimming pool. He swims to the opposite end of the pool, flips, goes to the other end, underwater. He goes one half, 3/4 this way, whole way this way, and then all the way back to where we were, and he comes out of the water. He did it underwater. He's 98 years old. And, John goes, "I want to look good." And this guy, so Coach Footrick, right? So he goes, "We're going to be our better selves. Now, I can't promise you're going to do what I just did, but you're going to do a lot better than what you do now. And you're going to." The only way I did that was that I had self-respect and love for myself. And that was the guy who really taught us, or especially me, I can only talk for myself, how to love oneself and how to love others. So love myself. I love my teammates. We had the best of time. And we did pretty good. For being undermatched, underpowered, under-supported, under everything, we could hold our own. Some of these schools, their swimming teams were like Olympic. And so, we just, we could get points on the board, but there were a lot of, we beat Deerfold a couple of times, and, when the stars were aligned. And so that was a great coach, right? When I was a sophomore, they said, "You're going to play football." I don't want to play football. You're big bone. I kind of went from being a peanut to a big kid, 6 foot. And I was kind of, as they say, big bone. I wasn't fat, but I was like a bull, right? I had these legs, wouldn't quit. And so my coach, this asshole of a coach, not the coach of that football team, who was one of my mentors, Coach Bukar. Anyway, he said, "You're going to play football." I said, "I don't want to play football." "You're going to play football. You're a perfect lineman. Your legs, you're strong. You'll be a perfect lineman. You'll be the best lineman we have." I said, "I don't want to play football." And he said, he hit me in the head, and he goes, "You're playing football. Accept it. You're going to do what I tell you." I said, "Really? Okay." So, we got our equipment, helmet, blah, blah, blah. That's when I met my good buddy, you. And he hated football, too. We were both like, fuck this. So we never worked out. We never did anything. We just show up there in our things, and we just kind of, we didn't do anything, right? We just, basically, when we had to, go against each other, and we never really hit each other. We just did shirts and skins and went through the plays, so you knew what you're supposed to do, So the first game we had, it was against, I forget, but a pretty big school. That they were just going to kill us, right? And now the upperclassmen, and this school wasn't that bad, meaning at seminary, it was sick because the seniors and juniors, the freshmen and sophomores, we were called fags. And we were slaves. We had to do whatever they said, meaning they wanted a blowjob, we had to give it to them, right? A priest wanted a blowjob, we had to give it to him. That was like the tradition. This school wasn't so bad because everybody in the school was super rich. My sophomore year, Joe Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's middle son, was my roommate. dumber than a sack of doorknobs. I read a lot. And he would go, "Why are you reading so much?" I said, "Because, that's how you kind of learn things." "I don't have to. I'm a Kennedy." So anyway, that was our school. So not most people got along. There really weren't that many guys because we all had all gotten thrown out of. I got thrown out of one school, but man, I had a rep. I mean, I like almost burnt the thing down to the ground, and not with fire, but with just getting people a revolution. I was like, Ho Chi Minh or Che Guevara. I had my beret. And the headmaster said, "You're not here anymore." And the headmaster made me live in his house so he could keep, so I wouldn't infect the rest of the boys. But anyway, so football, right? So we're going to its first game. We're going to play this big school. And, we get there and I don't, everyone's doing jumping jump. Hey, hey. And I just sitting there standing there like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not even wearing my helmet. I just threw it on the ground. It just was like, Anyway, so time comes, they flip the coin, we get on the line, and I knock on the kid's helmet, who's standing right close. "Hey, listen, I don't want you to hit me, and I'm not going to hit you, and I surely don't want you to hit me. So listen to this. See that guy over there, the halfback? He's going to get the ball. He's going to come right through here. I am going to step back out of the way. You that defense tail, and the two guys next to you, that guy's coming through here. I'm going to get out of the way. You put him in the ground. You hit him so hard that the ball shoots up. One of you catches it and goes for a touchdown." So, and I said, "And it's on 3. So he's, like telling his guys, and that's exactly what happens. I step out of the way. They plow this guy into the ground. The ball flies up in the air. That guy in the back grabs it, goes for a touchdown, like in the first 15 seconds, right? And then I have to then go on defense, right? So every time, I said, "Listen, you got that touchdown because of me." "Yeah, I heard it. That was amazing." I said, "Okay, so I'm on your side." The guy goes, "Your coach must be a real asshole." He's a double asshole. So I'm just going to go back, right? And your guy you can run plays all day long. That's what they did. I just stowed away. The two guys that were supposed to hit me, hit the guy, ran and hit the guy in the backfield, and the guy just ran right through and went for another touchdown. And so by, within 10 minutes, that team was like 68-0. Because and my buddy was doing it on the other side. And so our coach, at a certain point, just grabbed us. "What are you doing?" And I said, "Motherfucker, what did I say when I first met your stupid fucking asshole face?" Because there's nobody else around. It's just him and me. He said, "I don't want to play football. And I'm going to do this all day long." We lost 115-0 because he had nobody to put in my place. And I made it even. I would just, they would get up in a line. I would line up behind a halfback. It's not against the rules. That's what kind of guy I am. As Baldy said, you just push everyone's buttons. You don't respect anyone's. That's right. I don't. Sorry, but I'm very sweet. And if you are on the downside of something, I'm there for you, right? But if you're an asshole, they don't know me too well, do they? So that was the end of my football career. Right? And the wrestling coach, he came over because he had, wrestling. He didn't have a match, and the game was at our school. And luckily it was at our school because, there were no parents. It was just, and the headmaster lost his mind, right? So the wrestling guy, who was another teacher, who was a good friend of mine, there were, in that school, 3/4 of the teachers were young guys who were teaching in that school. They were getting paid zip, but they weren't going to Vietnam. it was they had a deferment by being prep school. If you're public, you couldn't, Anyway, they were deferred. So he came and saw me when after lunch, and he was laughing hysterically. He said that was the funniest thing I ever saw. And they said you have to do it. You can't just stay in the run. When everyone has to walk downtown and play a sport, you can't just stay in the library and read books like you think you're going to do. And I said, why not? Because headmaster told me that he wants you to wrestle, right? Because that was like an armpit sport. No one cared. And he goes, so you have to wrestle. And I said, but, wrestle? I have a friend who wrestles. He has to starve himself to get down to weight and gorge himself to get up to weight. And he always smells terrible and all the. I says, you don't have to do that. What do I have to do? I said, you don't have to come to practice whatsoever. You can still go, because instead of going downtown, the wrestling was done in this, building. They had mats and, they couldn't afford a gym. They couldn't afford this, but we did have showers. And there was a room next to the shower room that they had wrestling mats, and that's where the wrestling team practiced. So, he goes, you can still go to the library, but you have to go to meets. And I said, so what do I do? He goes, this is what you're going to do. And he said, you're going to watch these movies. This is before VCRs. And what the movies were movies of midget wrestlers in Mexico that wore superhero outfits. So they had these masks that covered them and capes. And this guy was married. So his wife made me an outfit that made me look just like one of those midget Mexican wrestling guys, right? He goes, what you're going to do, you can eat whatever you want. You're a big guy. And usually the captain of all of the wrestling teams that we're going to go is, the big guy, right? And so you're going to wrestle him. Now, you're never going to win, but you can embarrass him. And you can also get disqualified. So I'm going to teach you a few jiu-jitsu moves and how to kick someone in the balls, that you can move a certain way. It throws them off. It gets them totally open for you to kick them in the balls. Now, you're not supposed to kick anyone in the balls in wrestling, but because you're going to get disqualified anyway, you can kick them in the balls. You can first run around. And so he also showed me Three Stooges movies. Whoa, 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 whoa. And I would do that in this costume, and he'd have a boom box, and I would, the team would come in, be sitting on the things, and the other team over there. But when the, captain of the thing was out there and the other big guy is supposed to meet up with him, my coach would push a button and mariachi music would come on, and I would come out from behind where the hallway was, and just like they do on TV wrestling and the music and he'd have applause and mariachi music, and I'd have a big Mexican hat, and I'd have the mask, superhero thing, and a cape, and I would take the cape and I'd flutter it around and pretend this guy was the bull, and then I put it off, and the whatchamacallit guy, the referees that have us come together, and I only learned curses in Spanish, so I'd be muttering in Spanish these curses. Your mother is a whore that enjoys sucking off donkeys, and I just go on and on, and and I never would get down, so I would always say no, and if you're a bigger guy, if you put your hand on the shoulder and the head and do it that way rather than, get down on the ground and butt the person, and if they forced me to do it, the first thing I would do was slide my hand before the guy would do this. I would slide my hand up the guy's thigh towards his junk, and it would freak him out. And then the coach wouldn't see it. I'd just flip up and walk away like, oh, aren't I great, and in the costume. And then he would get pissed and he'd come running at me, and I'd just do a jiu-jitsu move, so he'd go flying that way. And I would just, whoa, 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 for about 10 minutes until he got me, and I would do something like kick him in the knee and then kick him in the balls. And he'd, of course, I'd be disqualified. He'd win the match, but he'd be like, and it would demoralize the team, the other team. And then our team would have somewhat of a chance. And I did that every freaking. And so most of those matches, we went to those schools, right? We didn't, because we had no real place to have the only place you could have a match in our school was, in that little room, so we went to other, which was great. We went to other schools and ate in their dining halls and, talked to other people. And half the guys in the wrestling thing were the bullies. And usually the big guy, the captain of the team, and I kick him in the ball. So half the students at like Deerfield, they wanted my autograph. My coach actually took a picture of me and then printed them off on the mimeograph machine, so I could like sign autographs. It was hilarious. And I did that for 3 years. I mean, I did it for 2 years. Our headmaster just lost his mind. He never even knew what we were doing. No one ever, because the other schools were so embarrassed they didn't tell him what we were doing. And so he was like John Birmingham, in his own private Idaho, until stuff would happen to him that would, like when I jumped on the train and ended up in Toronto, he had to come in. And that's how I learned to ride the rails, So, and I don't even try and do this stuff, I'm not like thinking, I'm going to do this. Yes, I don't plan it out. I mean, sometimes I do, but most times no. It's just a circumstance occurs, and I don't go, I couldn't do that. I'm scared. Hey, like when he said you're going to dress up like a midget wrestler in Mexico, and he showed me the movie, I said, yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's go for it. So, and like John is jerking off up there, seeing porn. I don't waste my time. I got other stuff to do. I mean, I really don't know what he does, but just energetically, because he's always going about how evil fornication is. Anyone who talks like that so much is jacking off a lot, right? I don't think about sex at all. It's not, I never had, even as a kid. Yeah, sure, I jerked off every now and then, but it wasn't like the main thing on the rostrum. I had other stuff to do. And, early on, my cadre in 3rd grade all the way to 8th grade, half of my best friends were girls. Our cadre were all the people who were the others. We weren't part of this clique or that clique or this clique or that clique. And it was a school that was, when we got there in 3rd grade, all of those cliques were kids from other grammar schools that were put in this one big school that had been the high school. And so it was not tough, like when I met J.P. Hoagland, my buddy who showed, the first thing he did was show me his Walter PBK right there in the cafeteria. He had a lethal weapon, an automatic handgun, like a 9mm, but it's a Walter PBK, James Bond's gun. And he was wearing a suit. And the reason he wore a suit because he had a holster, right? And he took it. He said, "You want to see my gun?" He came. He said, "You're new here too," because I was sitting at a table all by myself. And because I tried to go to other tables because I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" And, "Get out of here! You're not one of us." Okay, no problem. And I was sitting by myself, looking at my peanut butter jelly sandwich, going, ugh. And JP comes, and he's wearing a suit. Not a suit, but nice pants, white shirt, bow tie, vest, jacket. All I got is jeans, t-shirt, and kicks. And he goes, "Are you new here too? People don't like you?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I haven't got to know anybody." And he goes, "Can I sit here?" And I said, "Sure." And he right off, he goes, "Can we be friends?" I said, "Of course." He goes, "Well, thank you. Do you want to see my gun?" And I was like thinking, And I say, "Sure." And he pulls out this wall. First, he pulls out this box. He opens up the box. He's got this silk cloth. He puts it out like a tablecloth. He's got this little metal brush and a few tools and a little oil thing. And he takes out this gun. He puts it on the thing, and then he proceeds to take it apart. while explaining, never leave a bullet in the chamber. First take out the. And he's gone all the way through it. And we're in this big cafeteria, teachers, cafeteria workers, 200 kids, and we're at a table all by ourselves, not out in the middle, but kind of over there, but still all by ourselves, not like other kids were, and he's taking apart his gun. And, I'm like, He puts, explains every part, how it works, puts it back together, puts it back in his holster, folds up the little thing, puts it back, puts it in his pocket. And then he goes, what do you have for lunch? And I said, peanut butter and jelly sandwich and ring dings. He goes, oh, can we trade lunch? And I said, what do you got? He had his mother homemade bread, meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and this apple strudel with this kind of unbelievable frosting, right? And chocolate milk that they made from their chocolate cow. And he goes, can you trade? I said, sure, buddy. Whoa, this is amazing. I love peanut butter and jelly. My mommy never gives it to me. She goes, it's factory food, nothing. Anyway, they had their own cows, and they lived in town. Anyway, so we become best of friends, right, JP? And he's a little autistic. He's a little Asperger's. And that whole thing is a spectrum, like one end to the other. So he was a smorgasbord of things that kind of went together to make this really sweet, brilliant kid. And all he wanted was a friend. And when I was his friend, he was like, no, he didn't stutter. He didn't do anything. And I still was getting over first grade with the nun. And because, I didn't speak that much, right? Because I couldn't. So he did all the talking. That was fine by me. And I would, he would say things, do stuff. I'd just go, And I would always say that thing he would always smile. Like, he's like going, you're actually listening to me. You're actually understanding what's coming out of my mouth. You're not thinking I'm some crazy guy. You're actually thinking. And so that's why we became best friends. Because everything came out of his mouth made sense to me and was interesting. And I didn't need to say anything. I just, well, okay, yeah, I can see that. I'd ask a question or this. Right? So anyway, then we were two, right? When we went out to play, and JP was a little kid, but not only did he have a gun, but he learned martial arts. He was like, who's that guy who played, in all the Kung Fu movies, and then he got Bruce Lee. He was like even smaller Bruce Lee. And I remember, so we went there, and the playground was really great because this had been the high school, and they had built a brand new middle school. They're going to have middle school now and a high school. And this was like kindergarten to sixth grade, right? So anyway, all the kids were out there playing, had a nice field, and they had a nice, really jungle gym and swings and seesaws and a thing that you zip around and all kinds of really great stuff. And it was nice. And there was a field of trees, big trees, oak trees, that went along the reed, and there was the fence. And they had put park benches with tables, and you could be there. And, I would go out there with a couple of books and sit there. And he was a reader too. And when we had, playground time, which they gave us a whole hour for playground time, and we were in sections, not everyone at the same time. So anyway, and we didn't eat all at the same time either. So we were getting ready for high school. So we would go over there and we'd read books and talk, and we'd be in the shade, and we get you had to pay for lunch there, but they would give you how much milk you wanted, which they also had chocolate milk, which was and they had fruit, a really nice apple juice, right, from a farm that was not too far away, not like processed mozz, but so they would give you that. So after that first one, we constantly switched. He ate the peanut butter jelly, and I ate this amazing sandwich that his mother made, whatever it was. And and she also had like Tupperware meals, that were still semi-warm. Anyway, we could get as many of those apple juice. So we would get 3 apple juices, have one for lunch, and go out there and sit at that table and talk and read books. And he was a great drawer. He was a really good artist. And I had a good, because I was, I spent 0 to 6 with my grandma going to art museums. So I had a good sense of art history and artists and stuff. And I knew a lot about that. And so I still do. And so he really liked that. And so he was drawing, and he was drawing this picture of Kim Romano. And she was sitting at another table reading a book, but like on the other side. So she was kind of facing us, and he was drawing a picture of her. And she kind of caught a glance of it, and she came over and said, "Wow, you're drawing a picture of me?" And he thought he was going to get in trouble. And I said, "No." I said, "JP, she likes you. She likes that picture. Don't you? What's your name?" "I'm Kim Romano. Why don't you join us, Kim?" And she sat down, and she says, and this is like the 5th day we're there. It's like the first week, right? It's like Friday. And she goes, and I've already gone to JP's house, right? And the first day we met, he said, "You want to come home?" I said, "Sure." And, he took, I met his mom, and she looked like Donna Reed, and she had 245 holsters, and she was always baking. We came in, "Oh, JP, you have a friend." And and boys, you want to talk? And she had the best chocolate chip cookies, right? And she, "Here's a cup of coffee." I said, "Coffee?" I said, "There isn't alcohol in it," because the only coffee I knew was my mom's, that she always had, Jameson's in it. Anyway, so "No, it's just coffee. It's good for you. Gives you energy." And I said, "Okay." And she had it, little chocolate milk in there. It was like yummy. And so I loved going to JP's house. And so, because my mom's German. She was a pretty good baker, but not like, she didn't bake all the time like JP's mom. Anyway, so Kim looks, Friday looks, and she sits down, and first thing out of her mouth, she goes, you guys new here too?" And I said, "Yep." Whoops, what happened? I hit the wrong button. Escape. See what I mean? The internet is not going to be here for very much longer. I better put my cup down. So you guys still there? Are we still there? So anyway, I'll just keep going like you are. Let's see. Yeah, the timer's still going. There's one of you there. And 3 thumbs up. Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. I'm your sensei. I'm your griot, telling you stories. I'm telling you stories of my grammar school days. And so, Kim goes, "Are you guys new here too?" And we go, "Yep, we're the others." And she kind of smiles. I said, "Sit down, join the club." She goes, "You guys got a club?" "Yeah, now it's 3. And she goes, "I mean, you guys let girls into your club?" I said, "What are you, nuts? There's not many of us others, right? we can't discriminate." And she chuckles again. And she's a smart young lady. I mean, she's JP is I'm a smart kid. I'm a rocket scientist, but JP is like on another planet. Smart. And so she just right on, not a problem. So we are, that day, and before we go, this other girl comes by, and her name is Debbie Soul. And Debbie goes, those people are so mean. And she was like almost crying. And Kim said, "No, honey, you sit down with us. We're forming a new club. It's called The Others." and Deb, Deb was, common sense girl, straight up common sense. She always saw, she was very empathetic. She felt everything. The three of us, JP was on another planet. He was like looking at humans as if they were under a microscope or through a telescope. Kim and I were strategists. We were always looking, being quiet, observing everything, figuring out what to do next and how to take advantage of it. And Kim was truly, her dad was the mobster of the town, Mr. Romano. And so it was Kim, Debbie, me, and JP that Friday. And JP goes, "Do you guys want to come over to my house?" And the girl said, "Sure. Where do you live?" And he said, he said where it was. And all three of them lived in town. I had already come, and I knew JP's mom would drive me home, and my mom wouldn't care. She wouldn't even notice that I wasn't there until maybe 8 o'clock. So, it was great. So we went over there, and Mrs. JP's mom was like, "You've got a girlfriend now." And I said, "Miss Hoagland, no. This is the crew," because that's what Kim Romano was always like. "We're the crew." Right? And she goes, "What's that?" She goes, "Well, we're the others." And Mrs. Hoagland knew what that meant. We're the others, because she was German. And when she was a kid during World War II, everyone called her a Nazi. And her father, had, got the, distinguished. He won everything except the one you get after you're dead. The Medal of Honor. He got like 10 of everything but that. But anyway, so Mrs. Hoagland was knew what the other meant. And so she was just so happy because now her special little son had a best friend and two girlfriends. So she baked a cake and she goes, "JP, take him down and show him the armory." And it's like the 50 caliber machine gun and Tommy guns and shotguns. And we start shooting guns. I mean, first JP goes with gun safety and how we're wearing earmuffs. The only people but this is not 50s. And well, it wasn't 50s. It was just 1960. System isn't responding. Close app. See? See what I'm telling you? The internet is not going to be here for very much longer. So anyway, what time is it? 3 o'clock. I've been doing this for an hour and a half. There's two of you still there. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with your Sensei Al Bob. I wonder if they're just upset with how I'm talking. But anyway. So we're down there and we are shooting guns and the girls are having the best time they've ever had in their freaking life. They are the crew, and Kim's not that bad of a shot. JP is like dead eye. He's bullseye, from where the line where you shoot from and the target was maybe 50 feet. Bang, straight 5 bullets in the same hole. He had that kind of concentration. We weren't doing that bad for neophytes, and so we were shooting away, and this bell rings with a light goes on, and JP puts everyone put your gun down. We put our gun signs, and my mom was calling us. So she wasn't going to scream down the thing because we'd never hear it because we hear things and the goggles, but the big bright light and the bell. So anyway, we come up. Baked us a cake. and she goes, "Girls, can you stay for dinner?" And the girls, like, both those girls, their families, were not, all they were going to get is like, nothing for dinner. Because anyway, they were the girls, kids who got the food for free, right? So, and they, they had to stand on another line and they were definitely the other when you were standing on that other line. And when Kim and Debbie were eating there, they were like eating like they've never eaten before. And Mrs. Hogan said, "Girls, don't they feed you at home?" And they both said no. And Debbie said, "The only meal we get is at school, and we have to wait on the poor people line." And Mrs. Hogan started to cry. And I'm almost about to start to cry because I hung with these girls 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 6 years, right? And 2 more came on and 4 more guys, and we were the crew, right? And so, by the end of that semester, no one messed with us because Kim, one time, I'm sitting over at that table, and these guys came over to pick on me because they were the bullies, and I was like the next in the line, and I was reading a book, and they were saying mean things, and this, I couldn't really hear. I mean, one of the things about almost being deaf is you don't hear shit. My mom did the same thing, but she could hear. She just pretended that she was going deaf. But anyway, I just, I was ignoring them, right? And they then, pushed things on the ground, ignored them. And then before they escalated any further, Kim came over, and they didn't even see her. And she I kind of caught her at the side of my eye, and she was taller than all the rest. And she was already starting to look like a woman, and she had some muscle on her because she had 4 brothers. So she knew how to beat the crap out of guys. And she ran right up to it and jumped up in the air and hit this guy in the head. And he burst through the fence and smashed into a tree and was bleeding on the ground. And she turned around and kicked the guy and just jumped on his chest and went bam, 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 bam. And the teachers had to come and pull her off. Now, 2 of these teachers who were pretty good human beings saw the whole thing. Saw these bullies, they're the known bullies. They've had problems with these kids, and they beat people up, and they were the bullies. And their parents, were, not wealthy, but had enough money, power, had a job, blah, blah. My boy would never do that. And so these 2 teachers, wanted these boys stop being bullies. They couldn't do anything, but Kim beat everything. And she's a girl. She's wearing a skirt, especially when she was on this guy's chest. He was bigger. He was 6th grade. We're 3rd grade. And she is just turning his face into pulp. Right? They had to pull her off because, her father is a little inappropriate as a mobster. All the other guys are a little inappropriate being mobsters. Her brothers are always trying to beat her up. She's only girl. Her mother, it's like committed suicide. I mean, Kim had issues, but she loved us. We were the crew, and she just, and the guy who she kicked through the fence, they had to take him away. The other guy, he kind of was like this. And the teachers swore up and down that if that little girl hadn't done that to those guys, they would have hurt me. And she was my good friend, and she was just protecting her good friend. So she didn't. Plus, her father was a mobster, and everyone's kind of scared of him. And when it came like that, yeah, he was going to be protective of his little daughter. I mean, he was actually an all right guy. He actually, when I say inappropriate, I mean, he never did anything physically bad to her or anything. He just, treated her like an object. And the other mobster guys said inappropriate things to her. So she had a inappropriate way of communicating, I mean, that's all what it was. It wasn't nothing like what the priest did in the seminary. It wasn't anything like that. But she had a hard edge to her. And so he was going to protect his little girl. He loved her. I mean, on those 6 years, I got to know him relative because my dad was Italian, but my dad was like, Mr. Colonel in the Air Force and Mr. Rich guy. Anyway, at least that's what he portrayed himself as. And he was a football hero. Anyway, so he was an all right guy. He was like, Don. Yeah, he wasn't a Don, but he was the head guy of that town. Of that north coast of Long Island. I mean, he wasn't, I don't even know if he's a made guy, but he was the guy in that neck of the woods, from Glen Cove to Garden City to the middle of Long Island. And so, if you wanted anything delivered, he was a union guy, that kind of guy. So, no, when they called him down, he just stared at the two parents of those two boys, and they knew who he was. And he said, if my daughter knows what's right and wrong, and she stood up for his friend, and that little boy, meaning me, is one of the nicest, smartest, most humble, most respectful young people I know. If anyone has a problem with this, they'll have to deal with me. And the principal, the guy who's head of the school district said, oh, no, Mr. Morano, everything's fine. So what happened was those two boys actually got punished. Those two boys, the police came and visited. I mean, one guy is like, arm is broken, his head is like mush. And the other guy, he's in a hospital. And the police came to him and said, listen, this is what happens. And they basically said, don't ever do this again. Because that little girl, I mean, you're 4 years older, you weigh 80 pounds more than she does, and she kicked your ever living snot out of you. I wouldn't do this ever again. She might come back. And her father, you piss off her father, we can't protect you from that guy. So you better start towing the narrow, because the only way we can, really protect you is to arrest you and charge you with all the things you should be charged with. But you're white, your parents have some sway in this town, but not much, not like that guy. So those guys stopped being bullies. And they were always, so, they were in sixth grade, we were in third grade, so then they seventh grade, eighth grade. And when they went to seventh and eighth grade, the telltale stink of them being bullies and being beaten up by a little girl from the third grade who weighed 80 pounds less, they, I don't even think I think the school, I think they left town, actually. But so that was the crew. So we were the first four. And then who came out? Then there was Harvey Kleiman, the one Jew in town. And his father was a real he was a computer rocket scientist. He worked on the Nike Zeus. He worked at UNIVAC. And he got us all in the young scientist program. I mean, they were looking for smart kids to be the next Elon Musk. But we were too much of a human being and had too much empathy, though we were all really smart. So Debby, Kim Romano, Lisa Stiles. Lisa Stiles' father they were Englishy, Scottishy, and the mom was German, and he was the garbage man. He worked for the city. He fixed the road, he took the garbage. So he had one of those jobs that he got paid okay, had retirement, had health care more than anybody else. But they called her the garbage girl. That's why, again, she was, one of the others. And all three of those girls were cute as a button and really, by the time we hit fifth grade, they were young ladies, right? And they had their own style. They all had their own friggin' style. They weren't like looking in the magazine. They were, because their parents didn't afford, they were getting hand-me-downs. They were getting stuff at the print mark. They all knew how to sew. They clip stuff up, make it look cool. Before Joan Jett, Ken Romano was Joan Jett. And she's, by sixth grade, she had almost D's, right? The boys were very cute. And she would wear T-shirts where she'd roll them up, right? And she would have a pack of cigarettes there, but they didn't have cigarettes in them, right? And it was one of her father's packs, and she just did it for she'd wore jeans and boots, She's and Lisa, how to describe Lisa? That picture on our kitchen with the girl with the pigtails and the button nose. That was Lisa, and she always wore. I mean, she was a flower child before. Yeah, I mean, she was doing acid before, like the fifth grade. I mean, but she didn't have to. She was like, and she always had this unbelievable, no matter what nuclear weapon goes off, that's next door. Isn't that pretty? I mean, she always saw the best in other stuff. And all the people who are mean, they just say, they are such, I feel sorry for them. I mean, someone's cruel, like in gym, I was going up the road. Richard Lasco was in our crew, but he was so like almost non-human. He was a monkey, right? He was like, he would hunch down and walk on all fours, and he was climbing stuff all the time. And he would just do the most inappropriate, like in the middle of a, school play, he would, pull out of his thing and start jacking off like a monkey would. I mean, he just would do the most unbelievable, inappropriate things known to man. So he wasn't quite, he was like on, like, he was a satellite. He was, he was over there, and sometimes he would kind of, because once in a while we invented our own games we had this game called Four Squares, where we'd draw with chalk. There was a place where you could like basketball court, but we were too small to play basketball, so nobody, and it would get hot in the spring and late in the fall. Only the winter, and in the winter it'd be like an ice skating rink. So, and we'd ice skate. We actually, Lisa came from Canada. Maybe that's one reason why she was so polite. But she ice skates, she was a figure skater. Plus, she played hockey. And when she played hockey, so the first time that thing froze off, she brought ice skates for the crew, right? And we were ice skating around, and some guys, oh yeah, and we were kind of playing hockey, and so Lisa said, "Well, you guys want to play hockey? You can play. Oh yeah, we'll play hockey. We'll beat you up, blah blah blah." So she said, "Okay." Well, we had skates. They were in their shoes. That's how stupid those guys were. And so we had already been ice skating for a couple of weeks. So we, JP, he could skate like nobody's business. Harvey kind of picked it up pretty good. The girls were, they knew how to skate. And me, I was the worst skater because it made my feet cold. I just didn't like my feet cold. But it wasn't for long. We'd be out there for half an hour or whatever. So it was okay. It was fun, right? So I could skate, right? And I'm bad at handling the puck, right? So we wouldn't have a game. We would just skate and knock it to each other, right? And that was an extension of this game, Four Squares, where we, when it was just blacktop, we'd take chalk and we'd make a big square, put a cross in the middle, so you'd have four squares, and each corner had a semicircle, and we had a handball, and we would and there'd be two people in each square, and you would hit the ball into, not any rhyme or reason, but you did it to try, meaning if you hit it into somebody's square and they couldn't get it, that 1 point for you. So this was the only kind of a competitive thing, but we constantly changing, and every time a ball would go, everyone would switch around. So you wouldn't stay the same team, right? First, the inner circle would switch around, then the outer, so everybody, it was not really a competitive game, even though it kind of was, but it really wasn't. So we never were competitive amongst each other. We always supportive of each other. We always were tight. We were the crew, right? So anyway, these morons get out on ice in their shoes, and we are just zipping around them. And Lisa Stiles, so sweet and nice. Every time she goes around those guys from behind, she puts a stick between her legs and hits them in the nuts. And that's Canadians, so polite. So that moron Trudeau, he don't know who he's dealing with. He's trying to squeeze the Canadian people. It's not going to go over too good. And if he tried to call out the cops or the police would get on the sides of the people with the hockey sticks. So that's kind of what's a crew. So Harvey Kleiman, and Harvey he was he wanted to be a rocket scientist, but JP, he was like Albert Einstein on another planet. I was a rocket scientist when it came to electrical things, and Harvey just had the walk. He just followed his dad's walk. But what Harvey became was a rabbi because their family was Orthodox Jews, right? And so, and they weren't like Hasidim or Lubavitcher, but they kept all the rules. So they had, a kosher kitchen, all of that kind of stuff, right? But they were Orthodox, but they took the best, and so they were they had lived in the Middle East. And so they had lived in very Muslim they lived in Jerusalem back before it became what it is, the stupid, crazy, fucked up thing it is today. And when they were kids, it was like World War II, and they had escaped from the Nazis and were in Jerusalem, and the English were there, and everybody else was there, and it was like crazed. And so they had this very laissez-faire attitude about everything. And they were not uptight about everything, but they had these traditions that they kept, but like with respect, but not uptight about it, right? So Mrs. Kleiman was like one hot babe, and she dressed like a hot babe, right? She's in America, and she was she a lawyer? She was involved in the law, and Dr. Kleiman was a rocket scientist working for Sperry on the Nike Hercules, right? And so he would bring us there, and we would be young scientists. So we, they exposed us to amazing things. Like Arthur C. Clarke, I met him. He was making a film about, and this is, 1960. And he was going, and we were in this gigantic building with the univac, so loud. We wore these earmuffs with a microphone. The microphone only picked up your voice. You could hear people. It's the same kind of microphones that they use in helicopters, right? So, and Arthur C., he's got a little microphone on his shirt, and he's doing a movie, and we're like behind the camera, hearing what he's saying and watching what it is, because we're going to go have lunch with Arthur C. Clarke, and he's a futurist, right? And he picks up this pack of cigarettes, and he goes, "Before I'm dead, this computer will be the size of this pack of cigarettes. And this computer, the size of a pack of cigarettes, everyone will have one. And all communications, it'll be like, the guy, the policeman's, the comic strip guy's watch. But this thing will be a computer. And all information will come to you on it. All entertainment will be on it. And it will be your money. If you not have one of these little handheld devices, you'll be out of luck." And that's what he was saying in 1960. Right? So it might have even been 1959. Because, let's see, it might have been 1959. I was in first grade, 1957, 59 or 60. It might have even been, we were there in the fall in 59 and went to 60. Anyway, so that's the kind of exposure of things we got. And we did that for 6 years. And where I lived, the Anderson Estate, big, fancy kind of, rich people. They had dogs and horses and all that. And Mr. Anderson was the only guy left. All his kids died. All his wife died. Everyone in his family, and he kept the horses because the people who took care of the horses were the closest thing he had to family. He still had the dogs because, he had this amazing chauffeur who was basically in the English OSS. He was like kick-ass assassin, and that was Mr. Anderson's, and he was Scottish, and he was like James Bond, he was better than James Bond. He was a chauffeur. So the second year I was there, I found, and my friends realized, we'd go to JP's house a lot and shoot guns and have cookies and cakes and dinner with Mrs. Hoagland and the family, but they realized they could ride their bikes. I was only about 6 miles from that little town to where I lived. And I was out in the country, big farm up, the young farm here, and the Anderson estate was here, and all the super rich people kept going. And we were not that far from the Hamptons, by the way, right? Keep going out there. So anyway, that summer, so that was third grade. Summer between third and fourth, what are we going to do? And I said, why don't you guys come out to my house? And, basically, I was over at, their parents didn't want to drive them. They all had bikes. We went to JP's. It was a Friday. And I told my parents were going without even knowing my friends were going to come. No, I did. We already discussed it. And my parents, fine, because we had gigantic backyard. I said, we're just going to sleep out on the grass and look at the stars. Sure, no problem. My parents, whatever I did, was not because they ignored me. It was like, sure, as long as you don't blow anything up or burn the house down, or sure. And you got to be good. Fine. So, so my buddies came over that Friday. There was a sleepover, right? So everyone brought a little blankie and this, and we just sat and watched the stars. It was like, and I've already kind of realized the Anderson estate was over there because that was the other place I played. And you went down our lane, and at the end of the lane, that big fence that separated everyone's house and the lane on this side, the chunk of fence was missing. You could just ride your bike and get on the road that was on the other side. That was the access road that went all around Mr. Anderson's 300-acre estate. So we kind of zipped, and I already did that. And the guy who took care of the dogs was Desmond's father, and I forget their last name. It was an Irish name, Desmond. And Desmond was a lot like JP, but older. He was like in 6th grade, and he went to a private school that was for special kids. And he walked on his tiptoes all the time, and he had Asperger's, but he just kind of would say things. He could talk to you, where you wouldn't freak out about it, but the way he said it was very Asperger-y, but he had total control over it. So JP and him, they were like on the same wavelength on the other planet over there. So he actually became part of the crew, but he didn't go to our school, so he didn't have lunch with us. He didn't always. It's only when they came to my place and we went off in Mr. Anderson's, estate. So we went to and played with, and they had whippets, and they had hundreds of whippets, and they showed them. The next year we all went to the New York Kennel Club, a big whoop-de-doo with all the rich people and all their dogs, and we trounced the little whippets around the thing, and that was so much fun. Everybody loved it. We stayed at the Waldorf. It was so much fun. And but that summer, so we knew Mr. Anderson, and the guy who took care of the horses, he had a daughter. So the dog guy had one son, Desmond. Horse had one daughter, Natalie. And both of those guys' wives died in the childbirth of the second child. So both these kids had moms until they were maybe 2. And then when one was 2, when the next kid came, and then she died with the kid. And the other was 4. Natalie was 4 when her mom died. Anyway, so that was an interesting thing. And those kids grew up, but they never were friends. She was like a little standoff from Desmond. But one day, Desmond and I were watching her ride, and she was like grace and beauty. She was at one with the horse. She was, let's see, so I was in 3rd grade. She was in 5th grade. And she and Desmond went to that same special school. Now, she wasn't quite as Desmond, but the effect of her mom dying and a lot of other things, she didn't trust anybody. She didn't like anybody. The only thing she liked was her dad and horses. That was it. Right? Everybody else, she had no time for. And this one day, Desmond and I are on our bicycles, and and she's riding. It's big. It's not a paddock. It's a big field, and she is going as fast. She's going like 50 miles an hour. She is, because these are almost race horses. These are really expensive, really good horses, and the only exercise they get is this little girl takes them And you can tell this horse is loving it. And she's up there on the neck, communicating psychically with a horse. And she's like just zipping around. And we were like, whoa, And so she's like going up and down and up and down. Now she knew Desmond, enough to say Desmond. And he knew her enough to say Natalie. And so anyway, so she's doing it. And we're watching her for like half an hour at least. And we're just. And so she, comes around and stops. And she's like 8 feet up off the ground. We're down on the ground. And she goes, Desmond, who's this guy? And this is my best friend. This is Al. He's just moved. Oh, yeah. You're the guy on the other side of the fence. How you doing? I said, pretty good. She goes, I'm going to go back to the barn. And, I'm going to put this horse in the paddock. And you want to help me? It's like she's known Desmond like for 5 years. It's the first time she said more than Desmond. And we go, yeah, so she gets on the horse. She's already on the horse. She rides over there. We take our bikes. We get off. She puts it in the paddock and she says, Desmond, come here. And she's got 2 brushes and she's got this bucket of water and a carrot, right? So she puts the water down and the horse puts this thing and she's got 2 brushes in hand and she's brushing the horse. And you can tell the horse really likes this. And so she goes, Desmond, here, take this brush. Put one hand on his shoulder and just slowly take the brush down the hair. Just slowly do that. Just keep doing that. Not this way, not that. Just like this. Al, you come over here. Carrot. He's about to finish with that. So break this carrot up this and put your hand out like this and put the little chunk of and I'm looking at this horse, and its mouth is bigger than my hand. And I'm going, okay. And I trust. And she goes, keep your thumb in. Don't leave your fingers out. Just put that nice big chunk of orange carrot in your palm of your hand. And the horse comes over very respectfully and kind of laps it off my hand and puts it in its mouth. And it's just like, carrot. And she goes, here's a brush. Brush the other side of it. Right? So we do that. And then she puts a lead on the horse, and she kind of walks him around a couple of times. She goes, Desmond, come over here. Take the horse and just walk him around the circle. So Desmond's doing that. She goes, Al, come with me. So she says, take the bucket, take the brushes. We'll leave Desmond with the horse. So we do that. We go in, and there's 6 other horses, and we take one at a time out. We brush it off. And she goes, okay, I'm going to muck out the stall. And so she starts doing that. And I look and I go, you need any help with that? She goes, you really want to do this? I said, sure. It's no big deal. You're not disgusted by it? I said, please, no. And she goes, all right. Okay. All right. She said, all right. Oh, good. So I do that. She's brushing off the horse. She kind of they have clips on it. She clips him over there so he's not in there, and we both kind of clean it off and put it over this place where this stuff will be picked up by this little machine that picks the pile up. Anyway, so we do it to the next horses. We brush them off. We clean up the stalls. We put them back. At that time, we better go check on Desmond. We go back, check on Desmond, and put that horse away. And then, she goes, and it was hot. And she goes, do you boys want to go for a swim? And we're going, where? And she goes, Mr. Anderson's pool. And Desmond goes, you there? I said, it's a gigantic pool. No one swims in it. He's never out. He won't even notice. And so we're walking over, and Desmond goes, but I don't have any swimming trunks. She goes, we don't need any swimming trunks. And she takes off. She runs towards the pool. And as she's running, she's dropping clothes. And she's like running butt naked for the last 50 yards. And Desmond and I are just like, and she jumps in the water and she starts swimming around. And I go, what the heck? I drop all because I only had a pair of shorts and my kicks. And I ran over, dropped my shorts, kicked my kicks off and jumped in. Right. And Desmond's kind of, and she goes, come on, Desmond. And he takes off his jacket. And he jumps in with his clothes. And we don't really make a big deal out of it. And we're just splashing around, and he's staying in the shallow end, and she's diving down to the deep end and playing, mermaid. And Mr. Anderson comes out, and he sees the three of us in the pool, and he's an old guy. And he just stands there, and he's watching us, and he's kind of smiling. And Desmond is the first to notice. And, he's dressed in his clothes. We're naked. And Mr. Anderson goes, Desmond, I see you wearing your clothes in the pool. Do you need a pair of trunks? And he goes, yes, sir. And he goes, go into the bathhouse. There's everything you need. You'll find a pair of trunks. They'll fit you. So Desmond goes in, takes, changes, and he's in there changing. And Mr. Anderson comes over to us in our nakedness. He goes, you two are quite the free-loving freedom fighters, aren't you? And he knows Natalie pretty well. And she goes, yes, Mr. Anderson. And this is the new boy who lives in the house on the lane. He goes, yeah, I heard about you. And because I had already been there about 4 or 5 months, and I had already met the Scottish assassin chauffeur, and I hung out with him. He was very cool, and he knew every machine, he was very better than JP's father, right, who was a Marine and went through World War II. Anyway, so he goes, why don't you kids go in, once JP comes out and gets in the pool, why don't you kids go in and put some trunks on and swim around, and I'll have Dorothy, she'll bring out some thing, tea, and I'll have them bring something that they can drink and eat and enjoy. So we did, and he spent at least 3 hours with us, talking about everything, right? And not like talking to us, but with us, right? Asking questions, saying certain things, we would respond. So he was treating us like equals, right? And so, towards the end, it was kind of getting a little darkish. I mean, it was summertime. And he said, Natalie, Desmond, I've known you kids, since you were babies. And I've always wanted to have this kind of conversation, but there was never a space. But now that we made this space, I want you to think of this house as your house. You can come and swim in this pool as much as you want. I will show you. There's a game room I think you guys would really like, and there is a library that I think you would like, and I have a bowling alley and a movie theater that I think you would like, and I would like to share this with you. And that was like the opening of the door with Mr. Anderson. In the next 6 years of my life, again, this guy was more my father than my father, right? And he was, again, I'm going to start to cry. So we had a great time. And Desmond and Natalie went to that school. But my friends, about a week later, they all came over to my house, and we went on the bicycle. And now we had Natalie in the crew. There's Lisa, Kim Romano, Debbie Soul, Natalie, Desmond, JP, and Harvey Kleiman. And then the two next were Vincent Salvatore and Buzzy. And Buzzy was like all those cliquey kids. All those cliquey kids wanted him to be in their class. He was handsome, good athlete, smart. All the girls thought he was, he was the it boy. And he had issues. So he stayed apart. But he came to us before the end of school. And he was kind of quiet, but enjoyed our company. He enjoyed lunch. He loved playing. And he was a great athlete. So all the games we invented, he was really good at. And then he was good at inventing other games. And he would talk when we would play act things out. And he was really into doing that, because then he could be somebody else other than that thing, that kid that had issues. And then he was really extroverted instead of introverted. And he and I, because I'm the same way, I'm quiet and, I'm studying, I'm understanding everything. And one time I said a few things to him, just him and me, and that opened the door to him. So I became his really best, only friend. The others, we were all the cadre. He really liked being part of a family because his mom was great. His father was fine, but his father was always busy. His mother was always trying to be perfect. His sister, she was the one who had some anger management things that came from things that I never really wanted to get too deep into. And so we didn't spend too much time at their house, except, Buzzy's mom was a great Italian cook, right? As good as my grandma's. And so they had a Friday night dinner that was really good. So I would have Friday night dinners with them. And day over their house, we had a tree fort. The Klymans were just there in the block where Buzzy and the Klymans lived, and Lisa also was there. Everyone had their backyards, and there was a picket fence, and there was this kind of alley or no man's land, and big trees grew up there, right? And the telephone poles were there. So none of the telephone poles were on the street. They were in this alley, so it didn't make it look terrible. The street looked very nice with the trees and no power lines or anything. So anyway, we built a really great fort in that thing. So I would have Friday night dinners, and sometimes Lisa and Harvey not so much because his family wanted him to, eat Orthodox. The mixing of meat and dairy and all that stuff. Buzzy's mom did not keep a Orthodox Jewish kitchen. So anyway, but otherwise everyone was very friendly. And so we had this fort that was like some things we had part of the fort was underground. Some of it was like, big, the fence, we made the fence bigger. It was like, had parapets. And then we had a stairs. We found a real stairs from the building. We dragged it there and it fit perfectly from the parapet up high into the tree. So you could just go up this nice staircase, and we built a gigantic fort up in the sky. And that was a good 20, 30 feet up in the air because the staircase, the parapet was maybe 6 feet off the ground. And then the staircase went probably 10 feet up to the floor of our sky fort. That's what we called it. And it pretty much had a view of everybody's house. And I remember the first time we slept up there, and Mrs. Klyman, like I said, was pretty a hot babe, and she was doing the dance of the 7 veils for Mr. Klyman, and she's better than any erotic dancer. I hadn't seen any erotic dancers at that time. I'd seen a few of my dad's Playboys, but she was far better than that. And years later, when I did see exotic dancers, still Mrs. Klyman was in the top 5. She had moves. And so we were all, the girls and the guys were watching this. And then they kind of went at the act. And poor Harvey was, guys, that's my mom and dad. Don't look. Don't. And he's doing this. Don't look. Don't. And this was, I think we were maybe in the 4th grade or 5th grade. And that is what I grew up from 3rd grade to 8th grade. This was my crew. We shared everything. And in 6th grade, this school district decided we're not going to do like anybody else. We're going to try and do something that will turn out amazing kids, because there were all these private schools for really rich kids. So these guys, that's why they made a school district instead of these little stupid schools all over the place. They put all their money together and they built a brand new high school and a brand new middle school and like made it scientific. And so in 6th grade, we had biology, and the biology I took in that 6th grade class was better than what I had in high school or what I even had in college. It was like, and they focused on reproduction of human beings. And it was not like skittish or anything. It was like, this is what it is. This is how it works. And they went into the nitty gritty of the biology of it and showed what, the Catholic Church had this thing called rhythm, which actually works, but people are too stupid to use it. And what rhythm is, women have a period. It's like clockwork. Every woman's different. It's not at the same time in the whole town. Not every woman gets their period at the same time. But if you start keeping count, you can know when that woman is ovulating, right? When she can get pregnant. The other two things, men, because we live in such a sexist, patriarchal society, men's junk is on the outside. Women's is on the inside. Men just have their clitoris on the outside. And that's why, they're always scratching it because it's on the outside. Women, not so much. When they want to get down, they get down. But, so I'm like a lesbian. I'm not thinking about it. And yes, women, I've known a lot of women, and a lot of women think about it just as much and just as much as guys do. Anyway, so, but the school then taught us that men's junk, since it's on the outside, depending on their blood type, and there's two different types of swimmers. Some swimmers sex your little sperm cells, the swimmers, and sperm modality is how good those guys swim. So some of those guys like it warm, and if they're cold, they slow reel down to the point where the sperm modality goes from, to get someone pregnant, your sperm modality has to be above 89. Anything below 80, forget about it. Never going to have a baby, right? And that little difference is, so if your swimmers like it warm, you wear boxer shorts or no shorts at all. You let the boys swing free in the breeze. If your swimmers like it cold, you wear tighty whities, and they won't go anywhere. They'll be sweating the whole time and just not want to move. So, third thing is, once you start to scratch that itch that you're both having, the best thing is not to jump into the hole. The thing is to do what is known as sexual flirting. Move into it real slow, have it last as long, take a lot of time to get used to the neighborhood. And women, when they are ovulating, if you stick something like your fingers into and make them smile, and pull those fingers out, there'll be a little mucus. And if you do this and it does the mucusy thing and makes a string, you don't put Stan in there, right? Stan the man. That's what my first wife used to call my junk, Stan. I really want to get close to Stan tonight. That was her. What? I think Stan needs a good observation. So we learned that in the 6th grade. No one got pregnant in our high school. That's all it took. No condoms, no pill, no diaphragm, no nothing. That's all. That's the Catholic Church's rhythm method. It works. I've been using it my whole life. Never got anybody pregnant. Right? So we learned that in 6th grade. So our school was quite ahead of anybody else's. I learned geometry and algebra in the 4th grade. Me, JP, and Lisa. Lisa was a whiz at math. She was, right? She became mathematician, a computer scientist. She became everything. She was, and still stayed that sweet little pigtailed girl. She wore I saw her once at a conference, and she was 35, and she had she still looked, she had the same kind of flowery dress, and still was wearing, and all the women were wearing high heels. She was wearing her kicks because she could. She was the best at what she did. She got paid better than the guys, and she knew it. She did what she wanted to. And if anyone gave her any guff, she either had them fired or she would put on, why are you putting on roller skates? And what's that hockey stick for? You'll see. She did that in 8th grade. She had a nemesis in 8th grade. And instead of, she came to school with roller skates on shoes, and she had her hockey stick. And Kim said, "This is going to be good," and she did. It was gym class, and I was in a cast. That how I broke my hip and my leg is a whole nother story. But I'm in a cast. So in gym class, I just sat it out for half the year because my whole leg was crushed, and it healed amazingly well. I was again amazingly. They wanted to chop my leg off, and just by the luck of everything known, praise Jesus, this doctor who invented a new process for just the kind of breaking of my leg that I had, he was there in the hospital, in the emergency room. He said, "Oh, this is going to be great. All you doctors, I've been wanting to show you this procedure. Here's a great opportunity." And they brought me in, knocked me out, and took care of it. And yes, I had to be in a cast for but I didn't lose my leg. And it became stronger than the other one. And that's what he said. You will find that after this all heals, this leg will be almost indestructible. So anyway, Lisa, the gym class, right? So, we'd have class and we'd, our gym, they didn't we'd have bombardment or basketball but we wouldn't get dressed. We would just wear our clothes and put sneakers on. And so she's wearing roller skates and she rolls into the gymnasium, and this girl and a guy who were, again, nasty kids, went straight to them and was circling them, and everyone got away because, the years of us in grammar school, when the thing would turn to ice and people would play us in hockey, she just took these people, and she had a weapon in her hand, just right in the knee. Back slap across the face, boom, and she got in trouble for that. But Kim Romano's father showed up because her father was always at work and the mother was always at work. And so Mr. Romano, who always kind of hung out at his coffee shop, he's the one who stood up for Lisa because he had been known us as, the crew for the last 5 years. And, he was there. He said, "This girl is the best, sweetest, smartest girl, most humble, most, if she did anything, she had all the right to." And those teachers knew these two kids had it coming. And she didn't kill them. She didn't even break a bone. She just, left big red marks on their face. So this is the kind of life that I had, right? So all these kids would come to my house. We wouldn't even go to my house. We would just go through the fence and go to Mr. Anderson. And that was like, that book about, going through the dresser in the house and going to another world. That's what it's like. We'd go down my lane, go through the hole in the fence, and bingo, we were another world. We rode horses. We went to dog shows. We had the most amazing library, bowling alley, movie theater. Mr. Anderson was like, again, I'm going to start to cry because what happened to him shouldn't have happened to anybody. He was the nicest, kindest, most generous person. And somewhere in the business world, because he wasn't keeping an eye on things, they just took him to the cleaners. And he was in his, almost 90s, if not 90. And, they took everything away from him. And he ended up in an old folks home. And they went after everybody who, Desmond and his father, Natalie and their father, they sold the horses, the dogs. I mean, we were all in I wasn't living there anymore, but that's what happened to him. And I would go, after my parents moved back to the city and I went to a seminary and then this prep school, I would just take the train and go there and hang with my buds, right? And we go there. And we were in high school. And everybody, everyone in the crew, they kind of, they did not, we were amazingly educated up to 8th grade. And at high school, it became school. The only person who stayed in high school was Buzzy. The rest went on and did amazing things. They didn't waste their time with high school. Lisa went like straight to college. She went to either Binghamton or at some really super duper school of mathematicians and computers. She like when she was, how old were we? 14. She went straight to that. Kim went to work for her dad. Lisa, no, that was Lisa. Debbie and her parents moved out of town, so that's what happened to Debbie. And I didn't see Debbie for another 20, almost 30 years, and I was at a whoop-de-doo fundraiser for the Whitney Museum, put on by this rich lady, and it was at the Waldorf. And I went with my then sweet, fashion designer wife, girlfriend, not married. We were everything married except, signed by the Pope, right? And so she went there, and everyone's looking at my sweetie, and I'm looking at everybody, not everybody else, but I kind of feel these eyes looking at me, and I'm looking around, and there's Debbie Soul. And she is like on the dais of the really important people. Now, Debbie she was common sense all the way. And she, like I said, by the time she got to 7th grade, she was a Playboy bunny. I mean, of the females in the crew were women, no longer little girls, right? And what had happened was her father was working someplace, and he worked for Nelson Rockefeller. And at age, 15 or 16, Nelson had the hots for Debbie. So Debbie got a job for Nelson. By the time she was 18, she was Nelson's primary executive assistant. And she stayed Nelson's primary executive assistant until when he was vice president. She was in the White House and she, common sense girl, she heard a lot of stuff. And Nelson gave her a lot of money for being kind to him, and she invested it wisely. I mean, she was a shrewd, even though she seemed like not the sharpest pencil in the box, she used that to get people killed her. So there she is sitting up there, and we're sitting at a table, and people are just don't understand. I mean, people in the art world understand who I am. And they know my wife because we've been married and we've been together for at least 6 years. And she goes to all the things I go to all the things she goes. I got her to go to rainbow gatherings. Next time I talk to Garrick, I will let him go on and on and on about Sweet Rita. And because she came, I don't want to go to those hippies. She hated everybody except me. And I mean, the people who worked for her were like her children. I mean, she took care of them, and they never, she had this thing, I don't want to hear, I'm sorry. If you do a mistake, that's fine. You do it again, I'm going to hit you with a whip, or you're fired, or, I'm going to electrocute you, or, no one ever made a mistake who worked for her. So we're at this thing, and Debbie comes over. And because she comes over, all the people at the table who are like, being known by those people, couldn't believe that the most amazingly looking person comes off from Mount Olympus to come down to talk to me, and says, "Who is this person with you, Al?" And I go, "This is my wife." And So Rita looks up at Deb, and they are sisters. They realize everyone else is below them, and they are equals that they can, be happy to hang out. So they become best friends, And Deb tells Rita all the stories of us six, from 3rd grade and everything that ever happened, and all of the cadre. And I had already told Rita all those stories, and anyone who hangs with me, I tell these amazing stories. But then they become part of the story, and then they meet the people who were part of these amazing stories, and they realize Yeah. this is this guy. So Reese, lovely Reese. So anyway, they become fast friends, and you know, Reese always knows. They're both business women, so they become even. Together they go on to conquer new empires, and that's another reason Reese loved me. I kept not pushing her or doing anything, but exposing her to things. She exposed me to things, and so when I took her to Rainbow Gathering, I first took her to one, and she realized that she really liked this. That was part of her. And why she was able to go from a dumpster diver to living on Park Avenue in 5 years, is that it wasn't like she was escaping. She just kept elevating, moving. She was always moving forward, right? So, they became best of buds, and Deb kept, because she had intelligence connection, so she actually kept an eye on a few of us. Anyway, so that was the cadre, and see, Vincent was this really small guy. Never, I was a peewee guy until I hit sixth, seventh, eighth grade, and still even as a freshman, I was shorter than anybody. But in sophomore, bingo, 6 foot tall. But Vincent and he became an admiral in the Merchant Marines. He loved everything about the merchant. His grandfather was in the Merchant Marine. His father tried but wasn't, and became a salesman. But things jump over generations. He became an admiral, and we went to see him a few times. Debby kept in contact with him, and so when the big ships happened, and I was lighting up with Michael Moody, we lit up all the bridges and buildings in New York City for the 200th birthday. And so I had an all-in pass for that big celebration, right? And the U.S. government invited every government to bring its Navy to go up the East River, around the Hudson River, and down the Hudson, and do circles, all during 4th of July, right? And not only a lot of those navies had, got a hold of large mass ships and had them there. And they all docked at the South Street Seaport that my good buddy was the director of. And that's how I got the gig to light up all the bridges and everything for the holiday of the 200th birthday. And Michael Moody was Manhattan Theater Club's guy. He did Lincoln Center, and he was like I was the Emmy. He was the, what do they call it? He was like not stage manager. There's another term. Like when you're building the set and you have all the different designers and everything, you have, in filmmaking, it's called best boy. In theater, it's also the best boy. But when you are that person in the theater complex, it's a technical director. That's what they call it, technical director. There's the director and the technical director. So he was a TD for like Lincoln Center, for Carnegie Hall, and for Manhattan Theater Club, and I was the ME for all those places. So that's why So my buddy who was in charge of the, and he it was just a war. He was the first guy who got all the grants, because it was 4 years before the big whoop-de-doo, and someone in the federal government said, "We should do something with this place," and he said, "I'll do it." And he wrote all the grants. He was super duper seas, sailor, family in the Navy, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I was reconnected to Vincent, through Debbie Soul, but through my friend who was doing this, because Vincent was an admiral in the frigging, he was the highest admiral guy in the U.S. Merchant Marines, right? He had been in the Navy, and he had been in Coast Guard, and he became the head guy of the Merchant Marines, right? And his admiral outfit was unbelievable. Just had every kind of whoop-de-doo on it. Almost fireworks going off his shoulders. I mean, he was still a 5'4" or whatever he was, but man, he had stature. He had gravitas. He had been a captain of a destroyer in Vietnam, and where he was getting shot at a lot, and he was a destroyer in the Mideast, a missile destroyer when things popped off, and he was right in the middle of it, and his boat was the one that kept everyone from going to nuclear war, because he was the tripwire. I mean, this guy, he had more as they call salad on his chest than you could. He was almost weighed over by it. Anyway, so I'm on. So all these countries, and not only have the big wooden ships, but they have their own fancy schmancy Navy missile whoop-de-doos. Russia had them. Everybody had their nastiest boats going up and around Manhattan. And the U.S. Navy they just delivered the Burke class, which was the whole ship, instead of having a radar thing going like this, the whole ship was phased radar. It had a 360 look in any direction, right? And it had missiles sticking out could shoot anything down, blow up anything. It was the baddest app. And it was not a little, but it was a boat that was maybe 200 to 300 feet. It probably displaced maybe 100 tons, if that, but it was like a speed boat. So anyway, my friend Vincent, he was, still in the Navy when this happened. And he was like in the Navy, in the Coast Guard, and the Merchant Marines. But he was, naval. But they put him in that boat to be the badass sheriff, so no one got any bad ideas. And a couple of weeks, it took a couple of months to get everything ready. And a couple of weeks before the event, he came. Debbie, me, and him, my wife, and a few other people. We had dinner, and at this really interesting place that naval people go to, and that was fun. And then he took us to this killer destroyer, and he said, the captain, I have a suite, not just a room. I have a suite, and we're all buds. If you guys want to camp out here, because I'm leaving. We're doing a little trial run out into the Atlantic, like at 3 a.m. Let's go have dinner. Let's out at the suite, drink, party, and if anyone wants to go to sleep, that's not a problem. But we're gonna, you want to go, water skiing behind this boat? Let's go. So he took us out there, and they had a power plant, but they had these 2 gas turbines. And this thing had to be doing 30 or 40 knots. A boat that displaced 100,000 tons was doing like more than 30 knots. I mean, it was like a speedboat. It was faster than my brother's cigarette boat, right? And it was like bizarre. And we shot off a few missiles. It was like way fun. It was just like, so, weeks go by. We prepare the big celebration of the 200th birthday of America. 1976, Jimmy Carter, blah, blah, blah. And so because I'm like the TD of this whole, show, I am put in the cap. It was like being in Star Trek. There is a thing called CMC, Command and Control. So there's a place up top where the windows are all around and the captain has his chair that he sits. But when things get really bad, he goes down below, and all it is screens everywhere, right? And I get to sit in that seat, and it's just like remote control. It has this little stick, and it's this little thing, and I can push. And each screen, we're no longer looking at the battlefield. What they do have is they have these cameras up on top, a zillion of them, with telephoto lenses that you can see miles, right? So there are things that I'm responsible for as the celebration guy. And I have crews in all different parts of Manhattan, not just along the river, but along Fifth Avenue and Broadway. And this boat is put in right where the South Street Seaport is, that I can look down, because from the old time the Dutch roads in Lower Manhattan, it gives these cameras are so intense that I can look down to at least 42nd Street on 3 different avenues, right? So I can see 3/4 of what's going on. Then they had other cameras coming, like up in, buildings, and so I could see everything, right? I could tell my crews on this little headset I had, "Hey, Bob, do this. This is not working. Do this. Hey, Officer Jim, traffic." So I was that guy, And so I was there, and down in this, thing, and it's like being inside a pinball machine, and I just was watching all this, and everything. At a certain point, everything was we had worked it out, practiced it a zillion times. I didn't, I was just watching. I didn't, preparing. I said, wait, that the hour or two before the show kicked off. Yeah, I had, are you okay? Is everything, Charlie? You Officer Bob, how's traffic? So, but once it kicked off, I really had nothing to do except watch. And it was a great place to watch. I had cameras seeing every single angle of what's going on. And so the thing kicked off like at 2 p.m, and there were parades and people marching and things happening. I mean, way before it got dark and the fireworks and the lights and all that. And I really, again, my real job was up to the time the party started. And after that, there were all these different people running different things. And so, but I'm there just down in CNC of this killing machine in Captain Kirk's seat, zinging around, pushing buttons and looking at different things. And they had this ensign next to me. So no, sir, don't push that button. He called me, sir, don't push that. Okay. So anyway, I'm there. And at one point, I don't even know what they call them, but they came in with cocktails for me, like libation, not like coffee or tea, but a libation, because I'm not doing anything. I'm just watching the party. So the captain of the boat, my good friend Vincent Salvatore, tells, and he gives an order, they do whatever. And they have rum on there. Anyway, so he gives me he knows what I like to drink. And so I say Long Island iced tea, like with a pitcher. And I'm just like, this is like the most perfect. I said, thank you, Vincent. He's off doing something else. And he knows I'm having more fun just being down in the bowels of that ship being Captain Kirk. Anyway, so I'm watching this. So I'm getting a little bit of a buzz. And because 2 Long Island teas, I'm kind of smashed. So I'm on my first. And I just kind of look at this big screen. And it's looking straight down Broadway from like City Hall to like Macy's, 60 blocks. And what they have, all these avenues are closed. There is no traffic in Manhattan, period. People are just roaming around, and there's bands and all kinds of things going on. And every block, for 60 blocks, there is a truck like Budweiser, Heineken's, and guys with taps with plastic commemoratory beer steins of 1876 to 1976, and so, or 1770, 200-year birthday, and Statue of Liberty and all that stuff. And if you got your stein, you could go to any of those trucks and have them fill it up. So I'm watching this, and I'm seeing like maybe 750,000 people drunk out of their friggin' minds. I mean, beyond. I mean, the closest thing to this was Joe College weekend in Duke University in Chapel Hill years before this. Not too many years, but about 10 years before this. And I'm just looking at it, and I'm thinking to myself, in the future, when guys like me, itinerant scholars are writing books and thinking about things, and they will say, so what caused the empire of America to fall? And what date would you put it that they started to go down the hill? And I'm getting a little buzzed, and somehow this of all the stuff that's going on around me, my mind gets fixated on this little thing. So, what are you guys saying here? Let's see if I can read. I needed this whole video is filming. No. I'm not using the phone. I'm using my laptop. So And I still haven't figured out. I know because 2 of the videos I've done on my phone have appeared on my channel. I didn't do it. I don't know how, but I've already asked people, and they said, "Oh yeah, just go into the." So I'm gonna go once I can get down. One of the first things I'm going is to my phone guru in town and say, "How do I put these videos that are right here in my YouTube suite, but put them up here?" And I'm sure they'll know how to do that. I don't. And other people said, "Oh yeah, I know. Just go in and do this, do that, do this." And yeah, I mean, it took Lola. Our sister from Sweden, an hour and a half just get me to do Vibe. So, Anthony, Lindsay. So anyway, I'm thinking about this, right? So I want you guys to answer that. So what do you think in the near future, 1,000 years from now, when they're going, so why did America fall? What was the empire? And what date would you put on it when they started to slide down the slope and they had no idea they were even sliding down the slope? So, anyone got any clues? I gave you a big one because this whole story is about, I'm looking through the big screen thinking about this. So I'll give that one right to you. The date people will peg for the beginning of the slide of the end of the empire of the United States will be July 4th, 1976. Because I just saw, as everywhere I looked, and I had all these, I could just keep pushing buttons and seeing thousands of different, I was looking at it, 750,000 people drunk out of their minds doing the stupidest shit you could ever imagine. And the police were half the people doing, because they were as drunk as, they're all in uniforms, they got guns, and they're doing stupid shit too. I'm just like, I can't believe this. And that's when I said it to myself, this is the end of life as we know it, right? It might take some time, but this is it. And so that's when I started to think of, I said, okay, I'm only going to name 2 things. Yeah, I'm thinking I could go on. I'm just looking at 1,000 things that are stupid that people are doing that are bringing the end of civilization as we know it. But I'm going to pick out the 2 most blaring ones that come straight into my head. So let's see. And I've talked about this before. Let's see how good you guys have, how good you've been listening. Let's see. I'll give you a few moments to think about that. Let's see. Jesus will save. You wish, baby. Now, the only thing, Jesus is still here, and the only thing Jesus does is keep the wolves away. Doesn't keep us from being stupid. Doesn't keep empires from falling. Doesn't keep, It's like, John's going, well, soon end times will come and God will judge everyone and I'm going to heaven and the rest of you going into a lake of fire. It's like, no, it's not that. And that's one time someone asked Jesus, what times? And he said, well, that's beyond my pay grade. I have no idea. But it's not coming anytime soon. That's what he kind of said. So, and this is still in the soon zone. So shit may happen. We may have the zombie apocalypse, but we will all have really good barbecue sauce. When the zombie apocalypse occurs, all those zombies will have a nice bottle of barbecue sauce. So when they're gnawing on your leg, it'll smell good and it'll taste good. And then, when it gets up high enough, you'll start chewing on your own leg. But what are the 2 things? Do you know what that tune is? That's the Jeopardy tune. And Merv Griffin, he got more money for that tune. He invented Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. And he made more money on those 2 theme songs because every time they played, he got $1,000. Save us. Can you repeat the question? Of course I can. What will be the 2 things that the historians in, 1,000 years from now will say, these were the 2 causes of the failure of modern American Pax America fell. Two things. Two things. Things like adjective, not so much a noun, but almost a noun, but an adjective, right? And I'll give you a real big hint. It has a lot to do with happiness and pleasure. The dichotomy of those two things that we've been talking about. Do never look at the little Debbies the same again. Glad I don't like them. That's right, Lynn. Yes, you will be thinking of every time you eat a little Debbie's cake and you see the zombie and the zebra cakes, you will be thinking of zombies. And all. Did you ever see with Woody Harrelson and that other guy, the zombie movie where they pick up two girls and it's like total apocalypse? They meet Bill Murray and he pretends he's a zombie, but he's not. He's just doing it so the zombies won't get him. But he still lives in his Hollywood Heights house. Whatever the movie is. But the main thing is Woody Harrelson is looking for Twinkies. And there are all these cupcake trucks that are thrown asunder. And he finds snowballs and little Debbies and hoo-hoos and yo-yos, but no Twinkies. And then when they do find Twinkies and he's like swimming in the Twinkies, that's when the biggest lot of zombies attack them. And his buddy goes, "We got to get out of here." But the Twinkies. The two reasons are almost and that's like a big hint right there. Zombieland. Yep, that's the movie. Yep. And that's why you can't think of Little Debbie's. You'll never think. You hear Little Debbie, you will think of Zombieland. Okay, I will give you the answer, right? The two reasons why, and we have been sliding down this hill really fast, probably from 1776. The boys were up here and it was downhill ever since, right? Just killing of 600 million Indians, Civil War, Spanish American, been going down real fast. The two things, right? And there, when I said happiness and pleasure is about addiction. Happiness is about service, right? Two things. Belief, the greatest colossal cause of the collapse of anything is the belief in it. So belief, number one, in a religion, believe in a political structure, believe in your superior by race or stupidity to anything. Belief, number one. The other one is convenience. Most people will sell their mother's soul to get a better parking spot. Anything, would do anything for convenience. What? Sell my children into sexual slavery so I can get one of those little boxes I can talk into and it'll tell me what the weather is. What is that bitch's name? Android? No. Anita? No. Sydney? No. Anyway, that bitch. John has about 5 of those hockey pucks all over the house. Sigmund Freud? No. Anyway, XD. So, arrogance. Yep, that's it. And, when you put belief and convenience together, what do you get? Arrogance. Yep, exactly. So you get a gold star, Anthony. And Lynn, I knew it was by you saying Zombieland, you get an A+. Let's see. Alexa, yes, yes, exactly. Yes, how you get Alexa, you go, "Hey, bitch," and I can say that. So maybe that's why the show keeps getting knocked off the internet. This is probably the most profanity I've ever used. Once in a while, something slips out, but I'm trying to get creative with my profanity. My grandma, who's just like super duper sweet Italian grandma, everyone, "Oh, grandma." She could curse like a sailor, but I remember, so I heard a few words slip out of her lips when I was a little kid, and then I, let one slip, and she just would she pulled me up and said, "Yo, profanity is the mark of a stupid person." But Grant, no buts. I will say the but profanity in a specific, very special time, you can use it. And I only use one profanity, which fits a lot of things, and that is fucking moron. Now, if you want to say fucking moron, you can. Anything else, you're going to have to say blue cow or gosh darn it. But fucking moron, if it's used correctly, you get a pass from me. So I have a friend of mine who's a bartender and I've ordained him as the minister of fun, unless he's a bartender. And I used to hang out with him a lot. The town he's in is a total party town. It's called Banner Elk. It's about 50 miles from where the Deep Green is. And I met him in this other little town, and I was there with my Supreme Court judge buddy, and we were sitting. And there's this town, Hardee's is their best restaurant, but there's this one Italian restaurant that makes a great stromboli, a great pizza, has a great salad bar. And, he would take me lunch, and in spring, summer, and fall, we'd sit outside underneath the awning and just talk about stuff. And it was right next to the courthouse and the sheriff's office. And the sheriff and all the judges would sit down with us. And it was great because there I was looking like a homeless guy. And they all called me Rabbi. That was for the people. And so that was that crew of powerful people in this county. And then there was the bankers and the, what do they call those morons? The business circle, a term for them. Anyway, but, chief of police, the mayor. And the mayor, he was always a wimp who had to go. He wanted to hang out with the cool guys, but he was the bitch of the businessmen. So, but anyway, I'd be sitting there, and the pizza place was right next to the funeral home. So that guy would come out, and he looked like death, really thin. Always had a black suit on, and he had what would be called the gallows humor. I mean, so it was always fun. And the always nice thing is those guys would always slip me a Benjamin or a 20 because they knew I was dirt poor. They'd take me out to lunch and they'd say, "Here, you need this for gas," And so that was always very nice of those guys. And that's a good moment to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland. And if you want to get a hold of me, go to the dudeawake42@gmail. dudeawake42@gmail. And if you want to throw something in that old PayPal, which I can always use, especially when I'm on the bop like this. And the powers, the loving spirits of co-creation have put me here for the last 2 weeks. So I don't spend, I have no money to spend. So it's like being in my missionary, when you're at a sanctuary, they call it a cell. I mean, that's a very medieval term, but they put you in a room that had very simple, bed, chair. That was about it. Definitely no frigging mirror. They would not do that. That's the mirror is the devil. That's the portal for the devil. You didn't know that. Anyway, and if you have a mirror here and one there, and you get the affinity box, whoa, baby. So, you want to throw something to PayPal? I would love it. All of you, and it's still working because every so often you guys throw something in there just to make sure that it works. I appreciate it. Thank you. And it's always just, it keeps me the millionaire that, lives on $400 a month, so that's always my little safety net, and I'm like the guy on the high wire without really, I was part of a thing that worked. None of us got paid, but in Australia, I was part of the Avant-Garde Theatre of Australia. And this great woman was there named Punch Hawks. And she was She was the Andy Warhol. She was the Keith Haring. She was the Kostabi. She was, you name it, she was it. And if you go, let's see what the old Google says about Punch. Now she was a photographer, but she was a painter, and in the 60s she was a painter, lived in a commune, and everyone, because they saw the Velvet Underground and they thought it was cool to shoot heroin. They didn't realize how addictive it was, and so they all got addicted. And then they spent 10 years getting off of it. And luckily, AIDS hadn't been at that period of time. So she wrote a book called Monkey's Paw, right? Okay, so we're going to say, come on. Punch Hawks, Australian artist. Punch Hawks, Australian artist.
Here are some pictures that match.
Now, this is very, very humorous because when I was in Australia, see those pictures? Those were paintings I fucking did. And that's not what I asked, but those two paintings are fucking paintings I freaking did. And there was a woman who wasn't Punch Hawks, who was a fashion designer, and she would make the crappiest, weirdest shit that would be knocked off in China and sold. And in Australia, they had this thing called Woolies. That was like Woolworths. And I worked at an electrical engineering firm, and I basically, I never, I had my big architectural thing, and instead of making, interretentive line things for circuits and all that kind of stuff, I would draw things like this. And my boss got me really expensive, these kind of, they're not crayons and they're not chalks. They're like oils, but they're like a crayon. They're covered in, and you kind of use them like a chalk or crayon. Then you can use a knife and do it. And that was what I did, right? And when I would go to meetings, because I understood the fucking shit that these guys were doing better than they did, because they ran by a textbook and I actually wired things like it. And they would all have briefcases, and I'd have this, women's, the big pocketbook, and that was my briefcase. And I'd have a Hawaiian shirt and maybe a skirt and like flip-flops, and they'd have, because I would wear these gigantic hats because there was no ozone over Australia. And everyone I knew in Australia who stayed there died of skin cancer. And they don't really talk about this much. Okay, we're going to try once again. Punch Hawks, Australian artist.
Check out these pictures.
No. Okay, we'll take a different tact. Avant-garde theater of Australia. Okay, avant-garde theater, Australian art research outline online, 1965, 1985. I was 1907. Let's see. Major. Let's see. International influence on avant-garde theater of Australia. So it was started by the government in the 60s to show that Australia was, they built the big opera house, and they wanted to show the rest of the world that they weren't just podunk outback kind of guys. So they started this thing. They did nothing with it. And so the theater world of Australia was in Melbourne. And so I get there, and, Don and I so my buddy, Neil Curtis, who was the, Trudeau, the guy, he was the political art cartoonist in Australia. He was the Gary Trudeau of Australia, right? Everyone knew him. He was syndicated in every newspaper, and he had the most sick sense of humor. And he was always either being heralded as the best or they want to put him in jail, right? So that was Neil. And I met him while I was doing the Xenon whoop-de-doo disco for the mobsters, and they wouldn't let me out, but they let me. I said, listen, I got to see the sun at least once a day. So early in the morning, Tommy Two Toes would take me down to the Mobster Cafe, and we would have eggs Benedict with steak and lobster tails and smoked blunts and drink, champagne. And then I, go back to the mines and get the disco going. And one time it was a Sunday, and the path crossed Times Squares, right at 30-something Street, where the Edison Theater was. That became Xenons. And so we go and have breakfast, and Tommy switches up the blunts with a little angel dust, right? So not only great lamb's breath in those blunts, but a little bit of angel dust. And he lights one up, and then he hands me one, and he goes, "Oh no, you shouldn't smoke this one." I said, "Why?" He goes, it's got angel dust in it. I said, "Good idea, Tom. Yes, I should not smoke that one if you want me to go wire things in your discotheque. Getting stoned a little bit, just a little bit, is good for me." But so he gave me one with just lamb's breath. So we're puffing away. And yes, after a bottle of Don and smoking a whole blunt myself, I wasn't feeling no pain like I am right now. I got to get up. Oh, man. I'm sitting too long. Ow, 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 ow. Lordy, I sound like my mother. Oh, she would do, every time she'd walk, she'd go, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, motherfucker, ooh, 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 motherfucker." And everyone thought she was the Queen of England. And so when we go, they lived in the super duper rich people's gated community. And once in a while, I would take her for lunch. I go to the lunch in the clubhouse all the time because they were paying for it. It didn't cost me any money, and they were paying for it anyway. And so I would take her there to get him away from my dad, and she would get all dressed up, and we went in there. I remember one time she's walking with her walker, and she's going, "Ooh, ooh," and she kind of forgets that she's amongst, high-end people, and she's going, "Ooh, motherfucker!" And everyone has known my mom for like 20 years, and she looks like the Queen of England, and they're all going, "Motherfucker!" She was having a bad day. That's right. She's just having a bad day. Poor Wilma. Oh, motherfucker. So I'm kind of feeling that way right now. Oh, John said some things to me last night. Well, he didn't even know what he was saying. And I was like, I just couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. And, most times, like my parents would say unbelievable shit, or they were going to be their asshole self. I'd just get in my car and go to the beach. Well, I'm here at Ice Station Zebra Zombie Little Debby. Motherfucker! Okay, I'm feeling better. Oh, boy. Man, I've told you so many stories. I don't even know where I'm at with where I was. So I have to work backwards. Okay, my mother, right? Oh, motherfucker. Okay, and then Little Debby. Okay, zombie apocalypse. I'll just have to go back to you guys. Monkey's Paw. Yes, Monkey's Paw. That's it. That was a story. Yep, that's it. Yep. So it was all about these artists in Melbourne. That's right. The story is Melbourne and Punch Hawks and the avant-garde theater was real. So the stupid fuck politicians build this big, clamshell opera house and start this called avant-garde theater was real, and they did nothing. And so, I was part of the NEA. I started all these art organizations. So I cruise into, Don and I take this airplane ride from fucking New York City to Melbourne, Australia. Well, we went to Sydney. And fucking Pam lost all our luggage. Well, I had none, but Donna lost her everything, and she wanted to kill the guy. And I knew they were going to do it, so I had all this documentation of what was in there. It was all certified. I had the law, the international laws. If the airline loses your shit, they have to pay. And I had all of the prices of everything she lost, which was about $5,000. And I said, okay, here is the international or document. Here is the certified thing from Pan Am. What and the insurance from Pan Am. And the guy who was the Pan Am guy said, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, with an Australian accent. If you want to make a big deal of that, you're gonna have to get on the air and pay for the ticket yourself, motherfucker, and go back to New York. I said, but that's not what this law says. We don't follow no fucking laws. We don't, And he was right. Australia follow, just like what they're doing now. They have laws. They don't follow them. It's a criminal enterprise over there, right? Run by the queen, the reptile queen. Anyway, so that was the first day. So, and I kind of went like right across this guy's desk, and Neil and I just grabbed her and pulled her back and said, honey, let's go. This is a no-win scenario. And she's like pissed. And, so we Neil's my best bud, and I'm a writer. He's a writer. We just kept writing letters for about 2 years. And, I met him. He was up in the arms of George M. Cohan, tripping. Tony Two Toes, the mobster, was, tripping on angel dust, and I was a bit toasted. And Neil was naked in the middle of Times Square in the arms of George M. Cohan, screaming, ah! And Tony goes, look, Al, it's a purple unicorn. Now, I was stoned, but I knew the naked guy was not a purple unicorn. So Tony, let's go check this out. So we go up there, and I go, buddy, you got to come down this, and you're in mortal danger. And so, ah! I said, listen, first off, you're naked. Second off, you're in the middle of Times Square. Lucky it's Sunday, summertime, nobody's here. They would have already shot you. But around this statue, I don't even know how you got in there. There's all of these metal spikes. If you lose your balance and fall on that, you are toast. So just carefully come down. Here, Tony and I are going to get up here. We're going to grab you, pull you over the other side of the fence, and bring you down. And I kind of took off my shirt and wrapped it around his waist. And and Tony says, he needs one of these. And he gave him a Percocet, right? And a Quaalude. And, within 15 minutes, he was Anyway, we walked back to the place, and Tony he's got this great, like his office all set up, right? And that's where I'm living. He's got a really nice bed, couches everywhere, kitchen, everything's great. I mean, this disco is all built, but nothing works. So that's where my specialty is, meaning I don't have to smash concrete walls and bend pipe, do all that kind of stuff, monkey work. No, I just got to have to figure out how these guys fucked this up so bad. So what I had to do, there was about 10 million wires, about 3,000 pipes like this, each with about 500 wires of different colors coming through. Any one wire going to the wrong place, that's why this shit ain't working. So I had to bring in all my buds who I had taught to be electricians, and we had to buzz out every wire from one end, from point to point, and we had to label them, and I had to make big charts of all of them. And then I had to redesign all the circuits for what they wanted it to do. So that's all. It's called termination. I had to terminate all the equipment correctly. So that's what took 3 months, right? So Neil showed up on the scene on the third week. And it was great because Tony and Bobby Bentnos kept just right over my, you done yet? You done yet? And because they were really freaked out, because if this thing didn't open on time, they were going to end up in a landfill because, like Bugsy Moran, because they had spent an amazing amount of money and nothing worked. I mean, it looked nice. The building, everything worked like, the exit lights work, the emergency lights work, all the outlets, the bar, the refrigeration, the air conditioning, all that kind of stuff worked. The plumbing, everything, all of that worked. But what makes a disco, the effects, the theater look. And that was all on my nickel. All the stuff was there. It just didn't work. And, I had all the prints and designs and all the specs. And the thing that was wrong is that people wired. First of all, it was 4 different electricians, and one guy started it. He couldn't do it. Next guy did it, and they got it to this point where all the hard work of putting all those pipes and boxes and wires, they did all that, and they had all the right number of things. But if one wire was connected to the wrong place, and one thing I realized right off the bat, whenever you have control wire, a lot of electric things, that white wire, that neutral, it's like your car. There's the red wire that comes from the battery, the hot lead, and goes to your cigarette lighter and everything else. But everything on the other side gets attached to the body of the car. That neutral that goes back to the negative side of the battery is all one thing. Well, in electronics and controls, no, that doesn't work. You have to have a separate neutral for every control. And this thing had 7,000 controls. And some of them were analog, meaning mechanical, analog, and others were digital. So they were like mixing apples and orange. And the guy who designed it gave no real realization that he understood the difference between one and the other. And in controls and dimming and flashing and all the stuff that makes a disco, is a big difference. So first of all, everything had to have its own neutral. And they didn't do that. They had a lot of common neutrals with all these controls. So this digital thing sending a signal to this analog thing, yes, it could work if they had separate isolated wires going from this to that. Yes, theoretically that should work. But if you're sharing any of that kind of stuff, sorry, not going to happen. So that's what I had to fish out, right? It took me 3 months. And why the gods sent Neil was he was such a cheeky monkey. He had the most amazing sense of humor, and he just poked fun, and it just totally. So what he did was, and he did it orally. So once he came down from the LSD and realized what had happened, he was supposed to meet some people, but he missed them. He was there he had been tripping for a week in New York City. And that's why he kind of lost his clothes. And he liked, angel dust. So he's not only tripping, but doing angel dust for a week in New York City and never been there. He came from Melbourne. He thought he was a city boy. And luckily he wasn't dead. But so once he met the mobster guys, he was the distraction I needed for them. So he kept them entertained, and he would he would go out with them to go whack people and, go to titty bars and do what that mobsters do. And they had him a suit, so he looked like a mobster. And he just had the best of times, screwing every girl. Like these guys, they could do anything. They were better than, Donald Trump. I could shoot anyone. No, these guys really could because they owned the police, right? So anyway, that's one reason why I was successful at bringing Xenon to life, because we met Neil, the purple unicorn, in the arms of George and Cohan, right in the middle of Times Square on a Sunday morning, coming back from breakfast. So I got it all done. Neil had the best of times. So he became my best buddy, right? So he would go off during the day, the work day that I'm supposed to be getting something done. And he would scroll back about the time when I'm like kicking back, right? I'm gonna spend 3 or 4 hours kicking back, and Tony would take me to some restaurant, and we'd go to that, and some nightclubs, and we'd get home. I had to get at least my 5 hours of sleep, and so he'd either have his driver drive me back home while Neil and him were, going crazy, and it worked out. It all worked out. I got it all done. The grand opening was a great success. It took me a month to get everything so it worked. Like the grand opening, everything kind of worked, but we had manufactured was, just around, the most whoop-de-doo up to this time was Close Encounters, right? Spielberg's flying saucer. So we made our own flying saucer, and it came out of the roof, and it weighed like 20 tons. I mean, it wasn't like a little. It was the whole roof was the flying saucer to come down. So I had put steel up there, and it was probably cost that flying saucer and everything that made it do its thing probably cost $20 million. Just that. I mean, that's the kind of money these guys were spending. The whole thing. This is in the the 70s. And so, um, I don't know. They probably spent $100 million. That's a lot of money in the 70s. So, but anyway, um, uh, yeah, everything, and it was all supposed to be controlled by the DJ, right? And he had the DJ booth, and he was like up there, and the DJ booth came in and out, and it was spotlight. I mean, it was quite theatrical. Everything was, and so there was a lot of lifts and a lot of things going on in controls, and it had to be controlled by the DJ guy. And so there were like 20 buttons. They'd push this button, this effect would happen. If you hit this, and that. So a lot of mix and match, and that's what's a real complicated thing. The other problem was the controls for everything wasn't in one place. They were all over the place. Like that flying saucer had its own controls up on the roof. And this had this, and this, and it made, I mean, whoever designed the thing, and there was not much I could, if they brought me in the beginning, I would have made it simple. It would all work. It would have been perfect, not a problem. But this was like one big cock up. So anyway, I made it work, and I made it work for the grand opening. And that's when the boys from Chicago, the OGs, would showing up from Chicago and from Las Vegas and LA. And if it wasn't really a grand success, these two guys were going to end up, in a landfill somewhere. And it was kind of, I mean, my godfather, I mean, that's how I got the job. Mike Finelli said, I have a guy here and he can do anything. You give him enough time, enough money, he will make you happy. So they asked me, so 3 months. Yeah, I can make it work. It'll probably take me another month to make it work right, but I can get your opening so you don't end up in a landfill. And my godfather would have protected me, and I couldn't, because these guys were Tony Two Toes got his name because he shot 2 of his toes off cleaning his own gun. And Bobby Bentnose, who was just like Joe Pesci, but even worse, he was Irish. He was like a leprechaun version of Joe Pesci. He would bite people's ears off. So he's a Golden Gloves boxer, never won a fight. But why he didn't win a fight is that he would, guy would kick, and why his nose was, bent nose is because he got hit in the face so much that his nose was like silly putty. And at a certain point, something would snap. I mean, he's about to lose. His head is mush, and this thing would snap in him, and he would go after the guy and start biting parts of the guy's body, his nose off, his ears off, going for the neck. And, they'd have to grab him, and yes, he would lose by points and also disqualification. So he was a scary dude, but he really liked me. He said, "You have the knack. You're going to save my life." My mother it was just like Joe Pesci. He had this mom just like Joe Pesci. She never met me. And she said, "Honey, I had a dream about this guy. He was a bird. And his name Al? Yes, he was a bird. And he saved your life. Those mean men from Chicago." And, so he said, "You have the knack." So it all worked out. So we end up 3 years later after I meet, he meets Donna because we get on Donna, when I said, "Well, I got this great job, Donna, I'm going to make a lot of money, and then we'll go away." And then she said, "Well," and I said, "But there's one problem." I said, "What?" She goes, "What's that?" She goes, "You won't see me for 4 months." She said, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm going to, part of the deal is I can't leave the site, period. They don't want me to get lost." And she said, "What?" And Tony took us out. Tony was the more debonair, he's like Dean Martin, but he still was a murdering guy. Anyway, he took us to this, mobster, special place. And he said, he kept calling her sweetie. She didn't like that. And, he says, "Well, your boy here, he's going to help us out. And we have to keep him safe." And so the only thing he said that could be is that you go to San Francisco that you really like. And he gave her an envelope with a lot of cash and an airplane ticket. And so she was happy with that. So she went up to San Francisco and stayed with her best friend, Yvonne. And she was there for 4 months. And we finally get the job done. So the opening night, I won't go on with the whole story because there's a ton. And we've already been almost 4 hours. So the so we're doing fine, and I'm getting like 80% of everything to flash and do a thing. But the flying saucer, no, it's not. And that is it. If the flying saucer ain't working, I mean, he spent like 20, $1 million on the thing. It better work. That was it. That was like the benchmark. That thing better work. So everything else kind of works, and it can be controlled by the disco guy. And so I go, okay, I can make this thing work. And how I made it work, all the controllers were up on the roof in a big metal box that was like 6 foot high and 6 foot wide, had about 120 relays, that make the connection, so a signal goes, the magnet pulls it in, and then the thing works, right? So that didn't quite work because, again, analog, and there were lots of loads there. The other stuff was just lights and not a big load. A smoke machine, not a big load. But a 500 horse motor to pull this thing up and down, a 20-ton thing, lots of Jews. And other things doing, lots of Jews. So the controller's up there. And so I had the carpenter make these wooden wedges, right? And I got a wooden mallet, big wooden mallet, and I build a little platform so I'm not touching anything. And I put a big, not a rubber mat, but a chunk of rubber that thick on top of that. And so the big opening is about to start, right? And the day before, and I'm in the green room, and, I'm excited. We've already tested. So what I do is I would push the relay in like physically with that piece of wood, and then I'd stick one of these wedges in, and I'd hit it with a hammer so it would hold the relay in. And I had an intercom with one of my people so I could talk to that person who I could communicate with instead of the stoned out DJ. But I also had, he was standing next to the DJ, and I also had the DJ on the microphone, but he was turned way down, right? And the effects, I gave him a list of effects, what if he wanted, so it was A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? And I had painted on the relays A, B, and it would take, effect A would be like 6 relays, like that, right? So I had that all painted out and in really super bright colors. And I basically was up there, and Tommy, Two Toes, brings me this really amazing Japanese kimono, like worth of, lots of money, ancient, like samurai god kimono, right? And it has these big, big shoulders, and he gives me that, and he gives me a string bikini, banana skin to put on my junk, super like reflective, like you'd have to go like this, of like stainless steel green, and like money, and it had dollar bill signs all over it, and the wooden Japanese shoes. You don't get electrocuted. I did have a wooden thing and then a big chunk of rubber, but that was nice, right? So I'm up there, opening comes, and it's cloudy, right? And then, the house opens at about 6, and it's not it's like all the gangsters come in, all the investors come in, all those people, and all the schmoozers, all the leading cultural kind of people who will have parties in this place are coming in. And I'm dressed in this kimono thing, totally naked, except the lime green stainless steel cup with dollar signs on it, and wooden shoes. And I have 4, titty bar dancing girls that from really nice, like high end, not, and these girls are high end girls, not. And they have these Japanese umbrellas because it's starting to rain outside. And so inside, they're walking on either side of me. It's no rain, but they're like that. And they got little lights in the umbrellas. And I'm being introduced as, like Dr. Frankenstein. Here's the man who's making it like so. And that's how I look. And I'm, having cocktails and eating little, weenies in a blanket. And I meet the old guys, and they look at me like, and they're looking at Tony like they're thinking these guys are heading for the later this evening. Anyway, so that goes, and we have it all scripted out. And so first the cocktail party and the guys with the tuxedos serving or doing all that. And around 9 o'clock, everyone should be there, right? Between 6 and 9 there. Now, they have like the pedestal for the OGs and everything where all the really super important people are supposed to be. They get the great view and blah, blah, blah. And I excused myself. I said, the show is about to start. Hope you enjoy it. I'll be on the roof, right? And they kind of go, And so I go up there, and the girls come with me because it's raining now. And not only raining, lightning bolts everywhere. So I'm on the roof of the Edison Theater, good old Mr. But now it has been reborn as Xenon's, the disco. And I'm up there, and the show starts, and the guy who's my guy is a stage manager, theater guy. We have it all orchestrated, Q, 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 Q. And the guy who's the DJ, he's just mixing the tunes, and he's not really controlling anything. But if he wants something to look a certain way, he can tell my boy will hit the buttons, and I will get the word if flying saucer that's needed. Because that's really the only thing I'm doing is a flying saucer. And so everything's going fine. I hear everything's going fine. You can hear everyone hooping and hollering every time a new whoop-de-doo effect comes on, and everything's going great. And then it's time for the big, the flying saucer to come out of the sky. And, I'm pushing everything with the wooden sticks and jamming them in there, and lightning bolts and the half-naked girls with the umbrellas. And I'm got this kimono and totally naked except with a metal cup with dollar signs on it and wooden shoes. And the Japanese type, flat this and then two things and click, 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 click. And it's actually working quite good. I mean, I have a pretty good stability, and I can get a good whack there. And it's all good. And, I'm doing it, and, that whole thing, and the people, when it's coming down, and the smoke's coming out, and the lasers, and everything's going great. And my boy's giving me the 4-1. Oh, shit, Joe. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then it's time to lift it up. I lift it up, and I kind of go in out of the rain, and the girls are there, and they've got a little table there with cocktails, and I'm not really imbibing big time, but they are. They're having a great time. They're laughing and just having a grand old time because they're both everyone's getting lots of money. I mean, lots of money. And so all of a sudden, okay, flying saucer time again. And so I go and do the same thing, and then I'm leaving it there. It's like going to stay there instead of making its appearance and then doing its whole thing and then go away. It comes down and it's going to stay there. So it's doing that. And anyway, so I'm going to go back and sit because all the jams are in and everything's working fine. And the guy's saying it's all great. And I said, so how's the OGs and the boys? And he looks around and goes, I don't know. They're not on their pedestal. I said, I'm doing something. Anyway, I turn around, and there I am, and my kimono's wide open, breeze. I have really long hair, and the breeze is blowing my hair. It looks like something like I'm in one of those movies with Fabio, and the girls are around me, half naked, and they've been chuckling and punching each other and fooling around. So body parts are outside of their protected gear, and they're making sure the umbrellas are over me and not getting wet, and the relays are kind of sparking, and I'm like hitting them with a hammer, and I turn around, and there's the OGs and Tony and Bobby are so proud. I see the look on their face that dollar signs in their eyeballs, and they're not going to the landfill, and either am I. And the 4 OGs look at me and go, "You're quite an amazing man." And these are like they're all the gangsters you hear about in the news. These guys are the ones that are above them, like Don Corleone, right? And your mother would be. This one guy goes, "Your mother would be proud." I'm wearing a stainless steel green jockstrap with dollar signs on it, with a kimono and half naked girls with body parts hanging out, and your mother would be proud. I said, "Thank you, sir." And the other goes, "He's so respectful. It's not like this anymore. We wish there were more like you. I said, thank you, sir. And so, Tony and Bobby are just, happy, happy, happy. So the guys go down. I stay up and do that. And the night goes on, and I just leave the flying saucer. I, get out of the rain. I actually had brought some clothes up with me, and it was starting to. It was summertime. I wasn't really good, but the wind. It was like pretty. I wish I had someone take a picture of that. That would have been a good picture, because the wind was blowing. I had really long hair, and it was like blowing through me, and I was looking at the girls, and they were looking at me like I was Fabio. And I was just, hey, where's the person? Donna, somebody should be taking a picture of this. And so, those guys went back, and Tony and Bobby were elated. They were on cloud 9. Took me another month to get everything to work, so you could just push the 18 buttons and everything would do what you wanted to do. So when we were done, we were going to go across country. And go to San Francisco where Donna was and my dog was. And so by this time, Neil had been with me for almost 2 months, and we were brothers. We were just tighter than tight. And so, and he was fucking everything in sight, and we had gone partied, and I was there, and he goes, why'd you, this girl gets great blowjobs. And I said, no. I'm a married man. I got the papers from, I'm one girl guy. Sorry, I'm not like you. I'm not a slut. And he would wear that term as a badge of notoriety. You're damn true, I'm a slut. So anyway, so I have this friend of mine, Lester. And Lester owns the Gray Rabbit. Let's see it. And see, the thing about Google is that it rewrite. This is 1984. It rewrites history, right? Come on. Gray Rabbit.
Pictures that match.
Okay, we'll try it again. The Gray Rabbit hippie bus lines.
According to Twitter.com, conversation, San Francisco's Gray Rabbit operated long-distance bus service from 1971 to 1983. It was one of a few small bus companies in the U.S. that specialized in inexpensive, no-frills, cross-country bus service using old second-hand buses and attracting countercultures.
Well, that's almost true. Les was not from San Francisco. He was from Maine. He was a Total Motor Maine head, right? And he got one of these old 1950s Greyhound buses and fixed it up and drove it across country like an RV. And he had so much fun. And he was old school guy, like a Korean War guy. And he went to San Francisco, 1967, the Summer of Love, and he started riding people around. But it had Maine things on it. And he would get stopped every now and then by police. What is this thing? And because there'd be all these counterculture and party would be going on. And so he got a little stabbed, but never in trouble. Because when they found out who he was well decorated, and he was like in his 40s and, Korean veteran, and he was really extraordinarily well decorated. And I met him through my buddy, Adam Purple, who was another one of these guys, but he was from World War II. And they were like bohemian. They were like, the boys, the Dharma bums, who were on their school bus. I mean, that's where they got the idea from Lester and Adam Purple, the guy who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Allen Ginsberg and the rest of the Dharma bums, right? So they were like the children of these guys. So anyway, Lester goes, I have to think of a better business plan because he's amongst all these people who are growing a lot of product. And they want him to transport around on his bus underneath. Because what he did was he took all this bus seats out, put a platform, and put beds. And it was like a rolling orgy. I mean, Google didn't quite get that. And everyone's smoking pot, rolling orgy, And so what he does, smart guy, he finds a lawyer. He gets that lawyer to put together a 501c3 church. So he gets his tax exempt thing for being a church. His church is the World Community Consciousness Church. Let's see if they got that. It probably come up with some Korean guy, but that was a gray rabbit. That was its. Because if you have a bus and you go even just from county to county, you have to have all kinds of licenses and all kinds of everything so it'll be safe, right? Let's see what they say about it. World Community Consciousness Church. That means a global contemplative family Christian tradition committed to serving the unity of all. Well, that's close enough, Everyone in the back of the bus having sex, smoking pot. That sounds just like what Google just said it was. And that's the world community. And it was an international thing. He had it all over the place. So he gets his church certification, and the bus is gray, no, nothing. And in black letters right along it was World Community Consciousness Church. On the front was a crucifix with Jesus on it. Praise Jesus. And on the back was a similar crucifix with Jesus. Praise Jesus. And on either side, along the whole World Community Consciousness Church. And all the windows were kind of, you couldn't see in, right? And they were like mirrored, not just tinted, they were mirrored. So you just saw yourself. And so he starts transporting product and people from here to there, across the country, and then he starts making money. He starts buying farms. He starts growing product. He starts buying buildings. He has a building in New York. He has a building in DC. He has a building in Las Vegas. He has a building in New Orleans. He has a building in Miami. He has a building in LA, a building in San Francisco. And he's got farms all over the place growing product. And he has a bus schedule where people come and, and he unloads his product in the parking lots of trucks, big truck stops that have big parking lots along interstates. And, and he basically, the major people who drive, who get a ride on this are basically European, like underwear models, right? And, Eurotrash. So it's like I don't know if you ever heard the Stones song Magic Bus. That was his bus in Europe. And went from London to Istanbul. So that was my buddy Lester. And how I met him is he bought a building right next to, I had a loft in Tribeca on Duane Park. And he bought this building that had been the Crow and Coon. My girlfriend had this really amazing herbal. She imported more teas and herbs and you name it. And she sold it to some guy who sold to some guy that then it became Whole Earth. So she started Whole Earth. But mostly in herbs and being, she was total vegan and was unbelievably healthy. So anyway, the Whole Earth, right? So Lester bought the building and there was an alley and he could park his buses there and keep the diesels running all the time long. But I was living in a 2,500 square foot refrigerator, built in 1929. I got that because I was keeping Grandpa Hotel Bar and Butters refrigerators going because instead of being Freon, they were ammonia. And nobody would touch those things with a 10-foot ball because you get a leak, you die. Ammonia is like the gas they used in World War I to kill everyone. So I was brave enough and stupid enough and knew I was, professional enough to keep those refrigerators because it would cost some millions of dollars to change it. And he wanted to just retire. But he had this big business going. He was making too much money just to retire. So anyway, he gave me one of those. And this is back in the day before they had styrofoam. And insulation was 4 feet of cork. right? And I was, doing research on really esoteric medicine. And I was doing research on Wilhelm Reich's work, orgone energy. So I had this place because it was cork. It had no sound from the outside. And then I put a Faraday cage on the surface of that cork and then covered it with the material to make it an orgone box, right? And so I had a 2,500 square foot orgone box. And in it, I had sensory deprivation tanks, right? And around those, I had, big ELF coils. And that does interesting things to your brain. So you think doing acid was exciting? Going into that sensory deprivation tank and you could, with the, operator on the outside, you could tune yourself into any place in the universe. You know that scene from 2001 when the astronaut, goes flying through time and space? That's what this was. So I had no windows, had no air, so I put a tube through the wall out into that alley so there'd be a little ventilation coming in and out. And I had one coming in, one going out, on little fans doing that. Well, Lester didn't know I was up there, so he parked his buses in that alley one night and just left them running. So all of that diesel fumes went right into my little refrigerator and nearly killed me. I came out all blue and, just very upset and looked at those buses, looked at that place, knew that guy bought them, went and started screaming at him, and I'm all blue, right? And he goes, guy, sit down. He goes, here. And he puts an oxygen mask on me. And then he hits a few different knobs and that oxygen starts to be mixed with nitrous oxide, and which actually is a good thing for you if you're having a heart attack. Nitroglycerin, it's the same kind of. So this guy was actually medically minded, right? Anyway, I come down to a state of not being that agitated. I'm just giggling. And then he hands me a blunt and I said, wow, this is amazing. And he goes, I'm really sorry. How can I make it up to you? And he's got another building that has big refrigerators. I don't refrigerate, but he must have, I don't know, 1,200-pound bales. What you want, cents or? And he gives me, he has a couple of his boys carry them into my thing, and he has these fans, and he puts it, sucks all the crap out of me. So I'll never do this again. I'm really sorry, And I said it's okay. And then we start talking, and then I say, so you're hungry? And he's like, he's just bought this building. He's just getting his, feet wet in New York City. And I take him, we're in Tribeca, and it's like, 6 a.m. and nothing's open. So I take him over to Chinatown, and I take him down, down into the basement where all the Chinese people eat, not the tourists. And we have a Chinese dim sum breakfast. And he goes, wow, and the lady who owns the place is like, again, she's a person who I've been taking care of her electric needs forever. And her niece used to be my girlfriend. So, I'm like part of the family. And she's just hugging and kissing me and giving us whatever. Oh, you want this here? Oh, this is your friend. Oh, you ever had this? Taste this, right? And the most amazing coffee. That was it. Lester and I were friends for life. So he walked back. He goes, listen, you need anything from me? You want to go anywhere? I got buses going all over the place, not a problem. You need any product? Not a problem, So I've never bought product in my life because I have friends like this guy. So he would take me all over the country. He owned a building right on, in all the big towns, but New Orleans, where they have Mardi Gras, the big thing, he had a building that had all the things that you stand out and throw things at people on the floats. And going to Mardi Gras, where you have a nice place to stay and not have to be buffeted by the insanity all the time, is the best way to go to Mardi Gras. And he also owned a big farm out in one of the parishes, which was that Mardi Gras was much, much better than New Orleans. So anyway, I knew him for at least 8 years before the whoop-de-doo of Xenons. So, you know, we get sent off by Tony, Bobby, and in the they drive us to where downtown in their limo, and they give me a really beautiful bag, and it has hundreds of packets of Benjamins, lots of money, and also a couple of thermidors of blunts. But being with Lester, that was superfluous. But it was nice to have because they were there and in a nice little container. Anyway, so we're getting on the bus, and everyone on the bus, me, Neil, Lester, 20 European underwear models, right? And a kid with red hair, which was Lester's apprentice, and a few other folk who were, on the ride. And we pull out and we just head on west, right? And we stop at a number of places. We instead of going on 95, we go up and we get on 81, and we stop at a farm in Virginia and one in West Virginia, and then Nashville. He had a place on Beale, and then we kind of went down to Birmingham. He had a place in Birmingham. He had a farm outside of Birmingham. We went to down to Miami. No, we kept going. We didn't sheer off to Miami. We kind of went through. We got on 10. That's what we did. We got on 10. We went through New Orleans. We stopped at his place in New Orleans. So normally if he just head hodge, just went straight through, he could do it in 3 days. We took about 6 days and stopped at all these places and had good times and partied with the girls, and they just loved it. They just thought this was going to be a hippie bus, but they had no idea that they were going to be hitting parties, and these girls were they liked a good time. So Neil was and so there's 20 of those girls, about 4 other guys, and me. And all the girls just loved me. And they would talk, and there were seats, and I'd read their palms, and I'd talk to them about this, that, and the other thing. And a lot of them wanted to spark it up. And I said, no, I'm married. And they were all like, I wish you were my boyfriend. They all were having boyfriend trouble. So Neil was taking care of that. And I was being the sympathetic male Dutch uncle, but still younger, they're, almost their age, a little older than they were. And that I was, true blue to my woman, right? So we were going, and Neil he was a slut. He got laid like 50 times. These girls were like bunnies. They just did not stop. They'd get high, and they would just, and Neil was like, blood was coming out of his ears, but he was a happy boy. But once we got out of Las Vegas, we were heading towards LA, then San Francisco. And so we did stop at one place. We came through LA, kind of went up into the mountains and came down, and we stopped at a commune, one of his farms. And that was straight out of Easy Rider. It was like bizarre. Anyway, we finally make it into but when we were going across from Mexico, and it was really interesting because the sun, it had gotten to a point where we were going through New Mexico, and the sun was coming from our back. It was catching up to us and going past us. And so when we went, Neil and I and the redheaded guy and Lester, the only ones awake. And we were, the red-headed kid was like, had his Walkman on, and it wasn't part of the conversation. But Neil, I, and Lester, we're getting into, we were, again, going on about my favorite subject, happiness or pleasure, because Neil was like pleasured like nobody else. Lester was happy because he had seen the shit of the world. Korean War, the Chinese coming down, everyone being blown up, and other things. And then he just decided, fuck it. Instead of just fixing diesel engines for the railroad or for the truck guys, he was going to do his own thing and have a good time. He was about 40-something when he started doing it. And he just made just more money than he ever thought anyone had, right? And connections like unbelievable. Because we got stopped, and it happened a number of times when I was with him on other trips. We get stopped, and people would freak out because the cops. No, the cops were just getting their payment. You know, they said, "Oh, don't worry," and he put in the 8-track Bible music, and he said, "Just everyone be relaxed and just stay. You know, and they can't see in the mirrors, but don't come out, don't say anything, don't make any noise, don't worry about it, and we'll be gone in a few minutes." And we could see what was going on. It was dark in where we were and real bright where they were. And he'd always, slap the policeman on the shoulders, and they'd be talking, and then he'd hand him an envelope, and the guy would say, "It's all clear all the way to," and so Lester would get in and it'd be all clear. So anyway, we're pulling into San Francisco. Oh, we're going across the desert, right? And the sun is pulling behind. And, Lester took a lot of mother's helpers to keep him awake, but he was really good at just going to sleep. And he goes, "Okay, boys, I have to sleep for about 2 hours. You guys entertain yourselves." And so anyway, Lester's out. Neil and I are sitting in these like really nice seats. I mean, super, everything's just plywood and big bed. And there's 2 tables and really nice seats, very comfy. They go back, and they're like he had them made. They're hydraulic and pneumatic, and I mean there was no way you could not be comfortable in these seats. You could sleep in them, you could sit in them for hours and not get like what happens to me. And so anyway, we're talking and we're talking. He turns to me and he goes, and he's always a cheeky monkey. He's always got a quip. He's always, he looks at me and goes, "Al, you're my best friend." I said, "Neil, all the stories, I mean, you're the man in Australia. Don't you have friends?" He goes, "No. I am this character. I am the cartoonist. I'm a cartoon in Australia. Yes, every girl fucks me. Every guy wishes he was me. I have a great time, but I've shared more with you than anyone in the frigging world. And I've only known you 2 months. You know more about me, my deepest thoughts, my darkest feelings." And then he starts weeping and holds me. He goes, "There is no one that I wouldn't fuck. There isn't, all of my best friends, I fucked all their wives. All I do is think about me, and all you do is think about you had all of this pressure on you, and you always made sure I was happy and well taken care of." I said, "Yeah, I had an ulterior motive." He said, "Yes, I understand. I was keeping those morons away from you so you could finish your work. Now, I understood that, but you made sure I was happy. No one, my mother doesn't even do that. No one in my life has ever made me happy. You're the only human, you're my best friend. I will never diss you. I always got your back." I'm going to start crying now. And he goes, "Whatever woman, told me all about Donna, I'd want to fuck her in an instant, but I won't. I never will. And even if you two split up, I will never fuck her. And whatever woman with, I'll never fuck that person. I never will, ever." And never did. And so he started crying, and he was in my shoulders, and Lester wakes up and he goes, "What's with Neil? He's blowing like a woman." I said, "Well," and then the girls woke up and they all came over, and now Neil was like, not just the sex machine, but now he was, sensitive and vulnerable, and they fucked, just, it was like a puddle back there. And so we pull in to San Francisco, and I told her exactly, I said, "Lester, give me exact time. You're a military guy. You know the ins and outs." He said, "Okay, I'll get you there exactly at this time. I'll add an hour, and then as we get to it, I'll slow down if we're not running late." So he does. He gets me on the dot. I said, "Don, meet me at," he says where he's going to drop everybody off. And Don's San Francisco. I said, this? "Oh, yeah, I know exactly where it is. It's like coffee shop there where I can just wait in a coffee shop. The bus will pull up, and I'll see you, and that'll be that. I'll be there with a bond." And I said, okay, I'll get to meet Yvonne. And so we get there, and bus pulls up, and all these half-naked women in their underwear and come out in high heels. I mean, straight out of Playboy magazine. And there are limousines waiting for these girls. Right? They're on to their next adventure. And, we pull up, and the bus is like blue smoke of marijuana. The windows are mirrored, and it's this gray bus with the World Community Consciousness Church and Jesus on the front and the back. And we pull up, and first all of the underwear girls get off in their high heels, and I'm seeing Donna and Yvonne sitting in a booth looking out the window at this bus, and all these naked girls getting off. Then this redheaded guy who's like, can't even get up, and he goes over and sits in on a garbage can over there. That's Lester's assistant, and these other three guys get off, who just came along for the ride, and they walk away. And then Lester gets off and goes out to the girls. He goes, "Girls, I'm Lester. I'm Bishop Lester, of the World Community Consciousness, and your husband is awaiting. He wants, I want to show you the bus and the ride he just took across America." And so, I see them get up, and they kind of come up and they look in, and it's like Neil is like still in ecstasy, half naked in the puddle of sweat and semen and girl goo over there. And I'm, in a nice outfit, totally clean, and not wrinkled, and come out, "Honey." And she's like looking at me going, and I give her a big kiss. And Lester goes, "Your husband is amazing. You saw all those girls who got off this bus? He did not look at any of them. They all threw themselves at him." And he said, my love is my wife, Donna Ann. And that's who I'm saving myself for." And she looks at Lester, and Lester has put on his collar and his black shirt. He's Bishop Lester. And both those girls are like, and then I go, and I was telling you about the guy from Australia. There he is right there. And all of a sudden, his hair is slicked to his head, and he's tripping out of his mind. Hey, Al is my best friend. The only guy is my best friend. The only person Al. I love Al. And he was so good to you, Donna. I mean, I'd fuck you now, but he's my best friend. I'll never fuck. And he's going on like that. And Donna's like, looks at me and smiles, and she just peaches my cheek and says, "Let's go." Okay. And so I get out, and we open up the thing, and Lester picks up 2 well-wrapped bales of marijuana and sticks it in the trunk of Yvonne's car. And I hand this really nice leather bag. And I said, "Here, this is for you, honey." And she opens it up, and there's like probably $70,000 in there. She looks at it and goes, it's my cheek, because she had gone through that part. She goes, "Those, you finish a job and you're not dead, and this is what you get." I said, "Yeah." I said they were going to pay me anything. And she said, "Did you ask for this much?" I said, "Nope. I just said, give me what will fit, that's convenient, and what you think it's worth." Right? And I didn't even count it. Right? And so, we got in Yvonne's car, we drove home, and we get there, and Neil is still whacked out, right? And now, Donna's driving the car, I'm sitting in the front, and Yvonne and Neil are like swapping spit. The smell of sex, everything about Neil is just too much for her, because she's from England. Though she grew up in America, and Neil was from England, but he grew up in Australia. Yvonne's father was a rocket scientist that was sent to America to work for Boeing. Neil's father was a rocket scientist who was sent to Australia to work at Wallam Missile Range to launch the missiles that Yvonne's father made. And so these guys are like kismet, right? And so, I mean, if we weren't outside and if the windows were mirrored, they'd be fucking in the back, right? They're just like going at it. And Donna keeps looking up in there and shaking her head. She goes, well, it's been really boring since. I said, boring? This is San Francisco. You should have been partying. You had enough money. And you were saying, I said, she goes, no, it's really sad. I said, what's wrong, hon? She goes, well, first of all, Yvonne has a boyfriend, which we're going to go. And we're about to, and they're doing that in the back. I said, oh, okay, that'll be interesting. And I go, so what's her boyfriend like? And she goes, a real cunt. I said, what? And he goes, he's a Filipino albino black man who's a flamenco guitarist. And I go, what? And she goes, wait till we get there. And then I said, so how's Duke? And that was my dog that she took me to San Francisco because I couldn't take care of Duke. She goes, Duke's, she was, she obeys me. She's been fine. But, she doesn't like, she's a sensitive dog. She knows what's going on. So she's constantly looking at me like, where's Al? When's he coming back? We got to get out of here. What the fuck's going on? There's this crazy dog that wants to fuck me but won't. I mean, what's going on? And I said, okay, that's Duke, okay. So we get there, and there's Tony, and so about 5 miles from the house, if I tell Neil, no, I have a boyfriend. And Neil goes, I don't care, and I'm a slut. And so she goes, no, we have to be cool. We have to cool down. I mean, we just, get our clothes straight. We, have to spray some perfume on you so you don't smell like my pussy. And anyway, so we just got to calm down, because it's his house. We don't want to get thrown out immediately. And so I said, I'm just along for a ride. I'm happy that I'm holding her hand. I'm rubbing her head, and I'm thinking about what's going to happen in about 5 hours. I have a lot of pent up energy. Anyway, so we go in there, and the guy meets us at the door in his flamenco outfit. He goes, where'd you go? Where aren't you here? I woke up and you were here. I have a shoot tonight. I have to prepare. And where aren't you? Blah, blah, blah. And he's an albino black man, Filipino black man, not just African American who's an albino, but has a little Filipino, Spanish, and everything Caribbean and African. Afro with these really crazed, not just dreads, not just cornrows, but like he looks like who is Alfalfa's black friend? That kid, but on acid, right? And he's wearing a flamenco dance outfit, right? Anyway, so he's running around, and it's like 4 hours before I wanted to take a nap. And not this guy. He's like going around like a top. And poor Vaughn has to be at his beck and call because it's his house, right? And so I'm looking at this house, Spanish, California Spanish, right? And wrought iron everywhere and very Spanish. And I get there, we just pull up. I hear my dog barking, and the dog, smashes through something like a door in a garage, because I got the dogs in the garage, runs through the house, comes flying through the front door, knocks Tony over, and he's like, and she just jumps in my arms, starts licking me. Where have you been, Daddy? Daddy, it's been terrible. Mommy can't take care of me. Oh, but you're here. Okay, it's going to be okay. We'll get out of this crazy place. We'll go someplace nice. Oh, please take me away from here. And I'm just, it's okay, Duke. It's okay, baby. It's okay. So I kind of lie on the front lawn. Duke lies on top of me. Donna lies on top of all of us. And that's where she and I stayed. It's a very nice lawn. Very nice view straight up in the sky, blue sky. The house is kind of shading us from the sun. There's some nice eucalyptus trees over there. It smells nice. So the three of us are just in each other's arms. And the three of them go in there, and there's all kinds of chaos going on there. I said, so this is why you've been unhappy, eh? And she goes, yes, but it'll be better now. we can get out of here. I said, yep, we're out of here. As soon as, I don't, not this minute, but I said, what happened to your car? She goes, well, it's another story. I said, what do you mean another story? Well, I had to get out of here. And I had a boyfriend when I left. And he has all my stuff. And he won't give it back to me. I said, really? I told him he wants us to get back together. And I told him I was married. And he said, no, you're not. You're my girlfriend. She said, but that was 5 years ago. Lots happened. So I haven't had, it's like, John, I haven't had sex since you left. And she goes, that's not my problem. And so she was, she hung out with me more than enough. So she didn't let this guy sway her. She goes, if any of my boyfriends would hear, you'd be in jail right now. But when my husband comes, you're not going to like this. So I go, okay. So, I said, we'll relax. We'll take care of that later. So we don't have your car. You have Yvonne's. Is that car Yvonne's car or Tony's car? And she goes, it's Tony's car. And I said, it's okay. It's not a problem. They have taxis. But we're not, I'm too tired. We'll spend one night. I want to see the whole picture here, and then we'll go. Tomorrow morning, we'll get out of here. And I have a sense that this will all come to a head for all of us tonight. Because I said, the catalyst is Neil. And she looked at me and she goes, that guy's crazy. And I go, he's more than crazy. He's the people's saint of truth. The first one, the better one, the real one. John is not the real people's saint of truth. Neil Curtis is, right? Because he's it. So anyway, we go back in and I said, is there food in your refrigerator? And she goes, yeah, there's stuff in there. I said, I'm going to cook. She goes, oh, thank God you're going to cook. She goes, Yvonne burns everything, and Neil is this, psycho. And Donna had become a pretty cook hanging out with me. She also had become a pretty good nutritionist, and herbalist hanging out with me and hanging out with my old girlfriend who owned Crow and Coon, who they two became best of buddies. And, sweeties too, because Donna was like, once she told me that I was the best lesbian that she ever knew, I said, well, you have to have something to compare it to. So I kind of knew that she flew both ways, but she liked boys. But reason why she flew both ways is I met a couple of her boyfriends. They were wimpy, whiny bitches, right? Close to being a lesbian, Now I'm more like the lumberjack lesbian type, who knows how to take control. And so anyway, I go in there and I look around and there's like English muffins, my fave, bacon, eggs, cheese. That's all I need, right? Omelet time, onions, right? Onion time. So I don't even talk to anybody. I just go in the kitchen. The place is a mess. I kind of clean it up and, start making breakfast, and it's like, 4 p.m. He has to be there at 6. And he gets very upset because I've cleaned everything up and I've moved his icky shit off to the side. I need my smoothie before I go on stage. I don't even recognize he exists. I don't say, hi, Tony, good to meet you. I'm just making breakfast, right? And, we didn't come in. And Neil just started going, not picking on him, not bullying him, but just asking him questions. So what's it like to be a white nigger? Shit like that, do you have a penis? Just, that's Neil, it's like, and he goes, I heard Neil say, well, I can really sympathize because I'm a white nigger too. That was Neil's thing, that because he was such an outsider that, and there were no black people in all of Australia except in the outback, where they were killing them. And so basically, Neil was, I'm I'm an Aboriginal black man that's Melon and Challenge. That's where I got my thing that I'm an African American that's Melon and Challenge. And so he was going, just saying shit like that to Tony. And Tony was trying to get, his himself ready he was already wearing his costume. And he's albino. It's like, and his afro is white. It's like I've never seen it. I know a lot of black people, I've never seen it. I know a lot of albinos. I know a lot of albino black folk, but they don't look like this guy. Anyway, in a flamenco outfit, with the tap shoes, the whole thing. Anyway, so when I go in, the guitar, the flamenco, that 38-string flamenco guitar, is in its case next to Neil. It's on the couch, and Yvonne and Tony are upstairs, having a drag, just screaming argument. And that's when I knew, okay, it's time. I could hear they were upstairs. I said, "Down, it's time for us to go in the kitchen and make breakfast." And she goes, "Thank God. There's coffee, but he can't stand the smell of coffee or bacon." I said, "Then why do you have it here?" Because Yvonne was going to do it one day to drive him insane. And I said, "Well, today's the day. He's already halfway there." So, so I take the whole thing of bacon, that big frying pan, clean it up, and I just make the house smell like, that. And then Neil is a perfectionist on coffee. And when I walk in, he goes, "Where are you going?" "The kitchen. Make Billy," because Billy Bong. That is the coffee pot, Billy Bong. And he danced and he swag, but he made to buy the Billy Bong. That's it, coffee pot, right? So I'm going to make Billy, because he kept calling coffee Billy. "Oh, this is really good, Billy." And so I'm going to go make coffee. I said, "Oh, I'll do it." So I said, "Okay." So he had the guitar out of the case and in his lap. And Tony, for the first hour while we were on the lawn looking at the sky with Bella in my arms and my sweetie in my arms, and I was just happy to be there. And we were, the bales were still in Tony's car, and so we, the car was starting to smell like amazing skunk, and so anyway, we but I had that little thermidor, and Don just loves herb, and so this was blunts with lamb's breath. I mean, the connoisseur of connoisseur. And so I pull one out and I just stick it in and I've been hanging out with these guys who smoke it everywhere, like they own the place. So I've gotten into the habit of this, but it's just kind of suburban. There's nobody, no car went by for the last 10 minutes. So, and we're sitting on the slope where, we'd have to sit up for the people in the street to see us. So I'm saying we're far enough from the house. So I light this up. I take it. I say, "Here, baby, this is yours." And she goes, "What?" And I pull out another and light mine. We each have our own. Enjoy. So she was just, "Oh my God. Oh my God." And because this guy can't stand marijuana. And she's been there for 2 months and not really been able to smoke because they can't go out and party and they can't do it because anyway. So, and I hear Neil going on with this guy. And we're smoking this, and Don's just starting to, "Oh, wow, I feel much, much better. Oh, honey, I missed you so much." And she wants to, we're starting to fool around on the front lawn, and Bella's just rolling on her back, going, "Daddy's home. Daddy's home. It's going to be okay." And so, it was okay. The sun's up, and we're not being burned by it, and the eucalyptus trees over there, and it's like, all's right in Al's world. And then I started hearing the screaming, and I said, "Oh, I guess it's time for breakfast." And I walk in, and like I said, they're up there screaming, and Neil's got the guitar on his lap, and I don't even want to know. And then he goes, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to make breakfast. I'm going to make coffee and bacon and eggs and omelet and cheese and bread and toast." And he says, "I'll be right in. I'm going to make the Billy." I said, "Good on you, mate." So I go in, I start cleaning the place, and he, for as slobby as he is a total neat and he's like, because he's a Gemini. He's like two people, so he's total neat freak. Because when he's an artist, when he's drawing, when he's amazing, and when he's a slob, whoa, like he's a purple unicorn. So so he comes in and he's wearing his his Stevie, and we clean that thing. I mean, I can put things into order, but he scrubs it, he cleans it, it's shining, everything in its place, and then he grinds the coffee, and he's in seventh heaven, when because not only is he, Gemini, he's Cancer, so that's why Yvonne and Donna are both triple Cancers, moon, sun, rising, Cancer. And Donna has virtually everything in Cancer. She's just one big neuron. And so is Yvonne. And so that's why these two girls are like this. And they were born on the same day, Yvonne in London, Donna in Long Island, almost to the second, even with the time differential. It was amazing. These girls, they were doppelgangers. And I find out later that, when Neil finds his own daughter, and whose name is Leslie, she too is a triple Cancer, born within seconds of both these girls. So when these three girls get together, it was like they made a black hole of light. Anyway, so we're in the kitchen. We clean it up. He's making coffee. I'm frying bacon. The whole house smells like bacon. And the killer dog that they have a, what do they call them? Not a German Shepherd. What's the dog where they clip their ears and they basically have Doberman Pinscher. And this dog is like only responds to German, words. And I know German words, right? I don't have to, speak to the dog. Where Tony just got it because it looked good with his costume. And that dog is always trying to attack him. So anyway, And Bella has smashed through the door to come get me. So the dog comes in and is looking like, what should I bite these people? It's like, and that's the thing about Doberman Pinschers. They always don't know what to do. So they always go for biting you. And the only thing that Doberman Pinschers can get, and same thing with the spotted dogs, the horses. They get along with horses, but nobody else. So anyway, I said to the dog, come in, lie over here. And it did. And it was like, finally, someone who speaks German, my people. So he became my best friend. And Duke was like, licking. Oh, that's why you speak German? And this dog that I've been wanting to fuck, but no one tells me I can. And so I look at the two and I said, Duke, why don't you and Fritz go have some, private time? So they do. They trot off into the garage, and you can hear them having a great old time. And this dog's like been a lot of stored up energy, and basically Duke's like the female dog version of Neil, right? So anyway, and Donna's the only female that Duke really loves Donna, right? But all the other girlfriends that I had when I had Duke, which was only two, she was passive aggressive, let's say that. Anyway, so she's in the garage having sex with Fritz, and I'm making breakfast, and Yvonne and Tony are screaming at each other, and basically, Donna comes in and starts helping making breakfast, and we have the place all cleaned up. And Neil has got the coffee thing, and we got it poured, and we're drinking the coffee, and the house smells like bacon. And Donna says, "I need another one of those spliffs." So she lights that up, and she goes, "We're going to get thrown out of here anyway, so fuck it," So, we hear the crash, door slam, blah 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 blah, down the stairs, blah 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 blah. Yvonne comes out and goes, "Is that coffee I smell?" And then she looks, is that? I said, "Here, this is yours." And so the four of us each have our own split. Coffee is going. The house smells like bacon. We hear Tony vomiting in the bathroom. So He stays up there. We have this amazing thing. Neil and Yvonne can't stand it anymore, so they're in the garage fucking with the dogs. And Donna's just like, I missed you so much. So we have a great breakfast, we have a great time. Now we start hitting the tequila, and because that's all the girls could do to, bend time a little bit. So they had a bunch of tequila, so we're pretty good. And so we're smoking, drinking coffee, having great breakfast, tequila. I'm not Tony, Yvonne and Neil are fucking with the dogs. Tony's upstairs vomiting because he's, what do you call that when, people have eating disorder? Anyway, so he's up there and slam on the door. He goes out the door and the guitar is on the couch where he left it. It's in the case. It's all clicked up. He goes, let's go. And so we go, let's go. I mean, no longer are Neil and Yvonne fucking in the garage with the dogs. They are basically in the kitchen drinking coffee, smoking spliffs, and eating bacon. So anyway, we all smell like bacon. We all smell like coffee. We all smell like marijuana. But Tony has vomited so much he can't vomit anymore. So Yvonne's driving. Tony's in the passenger seat, and the three of us are in the back, and the guitar is over the three of our legs. And Neil is just patting the guitar case lightly and smiling and almost laughing hysterically. He's just having so much fun. He is in seventh heaven. And Donna's kind of looking at me, and I just kind of, woo. Anyway, so we get to the show, and we, go in, and Tony goes straight to the, behind the stage, and we go get a table, and the crowd saunters in, and by this time, we've had dessert. This place has nice coffee and desserts and aperitifs, so we're and I have a I put the bundles into the garage up on top of a refrigerator covered with a tarp, and I put the bag with the Benjamins. I took a whole thing, like probably quite a few Benjamins, and had the wrapper on it, so whatever that is. And I just stuck that in my pocket, right? And we drive, and we go. Tony walks in front of us, and we don't even walk in it. We walk in, and we're there before anyone. And the owner / maitre d' guy comes over to us. I said, "What's your best table?" I said, "Well, that place over there, the little banquette, the nice comfy thing with a round table, that a nice view of everything." He goes, "Oh yeah, that's reserved." And I pulled out a Benjamin. I said, "I think it's reserved for Mr. Benjamin." He goes, "Yes, sir. Right away, this sir, over here." And he takes us over there, sits us down, and I pull out another Benjamin. I said, "Just take care of us." "No problem." So he brings out, "What do you want?" And I looked at the girls. I said, "First of all, do you have lemon jello?" Because I saw on the bar they had all these aperitifs. I said, "Do you have lemon jello?" He goes, "Oh yes, we do." I said, "Bring us your best, vintage and bottle. Bring us your best champagne. Bring us your best tequila. Neil, what do you want?" And he wanted whiskey. I said, "That and a couple glasses, and also a cooler with some. Do you have bottles of quinine and ginger ale?" He goes, "No, we don't have bottles, but we have beer pitchers. I can fill that and put some ice on." Perfect idea. Okay. So he comes with the thing, with the ice, with the champagne and the pitchers of quinine and ginger ale and a bunch of really nice glassware and all the booze. And then I said, "Now I know you. You must know every great. I see that you got that nice little case there with all the yummy pastries. Bring us a nice selection from the very best, the best 5, and then we'll eat those. and then bring us another 5 and another, and also a pitcher of your best espresso and another one of steamed milk, so we can just do that yourself, so we don't really have to bother you. He goes, no bother, sir. So every time he comes, I just keep giving him a Benjamin. And boy, did we ever have the best drinking service, right? And Bon and Don are looking at me because I just keep giving Benjamin no change. Oh, I'll take change. I just keep giving the Benjamins, right? And so Bon is like, yeah, I'm hooking myself up with the right people here. And so what happens? We have had lots of yummy things to eat, coffee, and we're feeling no pain. And we are smoking splits in this place. We've already decided that because we have nothing. I got one little thing, 4 of these things. One for each of us. We'll smoke that up. I have some cigars. I'll leave them burning. This in the days when you could smoke in a place. And this is San Francisco, right? So the guy doesn't even blink. Not even blink. He doesn't say, sir, what are you doing? He doesn't even blink, right? So, and this ain't like a dive. This is like this kind of fancy-ish flamenco, and they had tapas. So we started to get tapas, and we're just having the best of time. And Tony's in there backstage, and he's there for an hour. I mean, we're having tapas, and he guys, do you want anything first? I said, no, Grandma always says bring dessert first, right? So having dessert, then we have tapas. We're drinking, we're smoking, and I just keep handing the guy Benjamins, right? And he is like, this guy is great. Look at this guy. I want him as my daddy, Anyway, so we're just having a good old time, and everyone has forgotten how shitty, what Donna and I mean, the girls have been purged of the 2 months of the shitty life. They are now happier than clams. And, Neil and Yvonne are like pleasuring each other right there in public. And no one cares. The guy who owns the place, I keep giving Benjamins. And then I grab a couple of, I said, how many people are working here tonight? And he said, 5. I give each one of these. And he said, sir, you were just my pleasure. That was it. I was happy. And I wasn't being pleasure, I would have used the word happy. You're making me happy. I said, my pleasure. And it was like that dopamine receiver that most people get when they're doing heroin. I was getting that from doing this for this guy and all the people who work there. Then everyone came out and was like, what can we do anything for you? I said, no, here, I have another one of these. I just kept doing that because I had a stack of them like that. And that was one of 140 that were in that bag or more, 200. How many? I had a lot of cash. And so, and that was 35 years ago. So, so, I don't think anyone's keeping count anymore. So, and don't believe a word I say. This is just a story for your entertainment. And this channel, it took me 4 hours and 37 minutes and 37 seconds to tell you this. This channel isn't for children. Now it's located on the thing there, but I'm telling you now, no snowflakes allowed on this channel. Right? And don't believe a word I say. I'm not saying these are lies, but just don't believe a word I say. So anyway, it goes on, and Tony comes out, the lights dim, the spotlight goes on, the curtains are pulled back, and he comes out with this crazy hat on, and he's got the guitar around his neck, and he's like doing a calypso kind of dance, and he goes to play the guitar at 37 strings, and it goes, it sounds like a strangled cat. Neil, because he's somewhat of a musician, has detuned that guitar to the point where there's no way you could not pluck a string that it wouldn't sound like a strangled cat. And there were 37. So you pluck one string, they're all going to vibrate like a strangled cat. And Tony gets this look on his face and says, oh, and he starts to like, oh, and he, right? And he is gone, right? And right? He's behind the curtains. He's gone. Anyway, we stay there, and still, hours go by. This woman comes out who's like Judy Collins, and it wasn't Judy Collins, but it was so that's what she was going for. Nice voice, played the guitar really nice, had her own songs, so very pleasant to listen to, really nice. And anyway, so the guy who I keep giving $100 bills he goes, sir, Tony left, and he's taken the. Did you come with Tony? First he goes, did you come with Tony? And we said yes. He's left. I said, who cares? And he goes, sir, I will get you a ride to wherever you want to go. I said, that's very nice, but we're going to stay here until the show, till you go home. I'm going to stay here, keep giving you these Benjamins. And he goes, oh, sir, please stop. I said, no. Yeah. I said, did you ever see the movie, The Millionaire, the TV show, The Millionaire? And he goes, yes, sir. I said, well, I'm like that, but you're not getting $1 million. You're just getting X amount of these. He goes, sir, you're more than your money after tonight. He said, after tonight. He didn't say your money. He said, after tonight, your money is no good here. And I said, I appreciate it. And this table will always be reserved for you. I said, I appreciate that. And, Carmine, we're brothers now. And he said, sir, and he starts crying. And I just take out the whole wad. And I have still got a few left in there, but I give him with the wrapper and everything. I said, you just keep it so I have to keep doing this. And he said, So anyway, the night goes on. We have the most amazing time. We are feeling no pain. We are not talking about Tony whatsoever, right? But we do have to go there because my dog is there, and I don't want this guy to do anything because I knew once those two dogs got it together that Tony could do no harm to my little girl. Fritz would tear Tony apart, right? Because he already was wanting to do it, It's like he was conflicted. Should I, shouldn't I, should I? But once I talked to Fritz in German, that dog knew what it was. So anyway, what happens is, it gets to be about 2 a.m. We, the guy calls us a limo. The limo takes us home. We've got all the, like boxes of, he's given us cigars and booze. Battery's about to drop out. Good morning, Will Robinson. I have to finish the story. I can't end with a dead battery like this. Okay, let's get it in there quick. Gotta get it in the hole. Okay. Oh, look, there we go. The computer's happy. The little lightning bolt is on the battery, so I can fill it. So we get driven home in a limousine, and it's like the darkest before the dawn. It's like maybe 4:30. Sun hasn't started to come up at all, but it's still dark. And so we drive up there, and what is Tony? Tony is on the front lawn, pacing back and forth. Where were you? Why didn't you come back? What happened? It's been 6 hours. What happened? And so we just walk right by him. We carry the booze in, and I go check on the dogs, and they've been fucking all night long. They got smiles on their faces, and it smells like sex, but also farts, or like they crapped in the garage or something like that. So, who cares? But I say, you guys okay? And so I go in, they're fine, everybody's happy. Neil picks up his guitar and tunes it and starts playing it quite nicely, like Australian outback songs. And I'm making more coffee, and we're all smoking spliffs, and because I still have, I only took one little thermidor with me. So, Tony just, after he's, and he wants to scream at Yvonne, but she just walks right by him. Like she knows we are not going to be in his house tomorrow. I got this all these Benjamins, and it's not going to matter, right? You know, we'll go get a car. He'll buy a car, you know. So we're on the couch. Neil's playing it. The coffee is bubbling away. I'm cooking more bacon. We're smoking a split. The guy just runs upstairs and goes to sleep, right? So, you know, he doesn't come down. We're just having a grand old time. Totally's not even there. So, you know, we've had a long day. You know, Neil and I have had a long, like, 9 days. So, 2 big couches. And there's another couch in what would be the dining room, but it's something else room. But it's a couch there. So Don and I go over there. Nice couch. She and I are on it. We're a little bit too much to get frisky, but we get very sweet, right? And she's just hugging me and kissing me and just, oh, it's so good to see you. She's crying. I'm on crying. And we kind of fall asleep. But those two are like going at it like dogs, you know. Every time I kind of wake up and she's like, half awake smiling and I going, those two. And she goes, yeah, they're like the same person, aren't they? I said, well, they're both English, you know what I mean? And both went to foreign countries as children. And she goes, and then we fell back to sleep, hugging and kissing and I love you, I love you, I love you. And so anyway, it's still, the sun hasn't quite come up yet, right? And I wake up and this smell, a god awful shit smell, is like, that's what woke me up. I'm like, what the heck? And I'm hearing, and then, clip, clip, clip. These 2 dogs come down the stairs and go out into the garage and start fucking again. And I'm going, whatever. And I fall back asleep. And before I can quite fall back asleep, I hear the slam of a door and then, and then, and so Neil goes, what is that sound? What is that smell? So he gets up, Yvonne gets up, she turns the light on, and there is Tony. And what has happened is those 2 dogs went up the steps, and there's this big long hallway from the steps to the bedroom where he was in. And it was about 20 feet long, a hallway, and about 4 feet wide. And these dogs, while we were gone, there was a 55-gallon drum of dog food. And Tony would just measure it out by the gram and give it to the dogs, you know, each day. Well, those dogs, after fucking all the time, were hungry. They knocked it down and ate the whole thing. There wasn't a crumb of dog food left of 55 gallons. And then they went up there and evacuated, you know how I say, put your right hand on the right page and the left page. Well, they evacuated everything out of themselves, every bit of angst and fear, and that Fritz was no longer, you know, should I or shouldn't I? He has totally joined the club. That I love Al and the gang and the cadre and this sweet little dog Duke, the lad. I love it. I'm just going to be happy. I'm no longer going to be a freaked out German dog. I'm just in San Francisco and I'm just going to be happy. And it was like, okay. What happened is that whole hallway was like that high in doggy diarrhea all the way. Tony comes out mad to take a piss, hits that shit. Wow! He's like hydroplaning across the doggy diarrhea, and it's shooting up all over him. And he goes right off the stairs, boom, boom, boom. And one leg gets caught in that Spanish metal thing of this, you know, railing, and virtually breaks his leg off. Leg is going this way, and he is going that way. And it's not a pretty sight. And he is an albino. He's wearing leopard underpants and nothing else, bare feet. And as he hydroplaned across the hallway of doggy diarrhea, it shot up on him. He looks like a Dalmatian. And he's, and then he kindly wakes up And he starts screaming, bloody murder. And, and we just, light another spliff up and go, well, what are we going to do? And Neil goes, I'm not touching that. Matter of fact, why don't we just leave, right? And so before we could leave, which we'd have to get those bales out of the garage and, do other things, police car shows up. Somebody's called, right? And these policemen show up and they look at us and we are like sensible, human beings, and they see this albino, Filipino, Cuban, African with these crazy cornrows, albino, looking like a Dalmatian dog and smelling. And they all kind of get back and go, and they both said, we're not touching that. So they get on the radio. You got to get the fire department here. And I don't know how to explain this, but fire department and a ambulance probably, I think. I don't know. It's we'll be waiting outside. And so whatever smells that had been in there of anything illicit, you could not smell anything, right? Except doggy diarrhea. So basically what happens is we all get out, and Neil, he's this guy, he's like me. We're really friendly, right? So we come out with coffee, and he's got a big pot of Billy, right? And he goes, boys, you need some coffee? I go, yeah, how boy do we ever, right? And they drink that. Whoa, that is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. And he goes, that's Australian coffee, mates. And here, let me give you another cup, and I'll fortify it. And he had his, whiskey with him. Just don't tell anyone. He kind of hits it in both of them. And yeah, so these guys get 3 cups like that, and they're like our best friends now. And, we tell them the story, and they go, oh, that place, that guy's the greatest. Yeah, we know him. And I said, well, he's now my new brother. Well, if he's your new brother, you're our new brother. And so we're now the best friends with the police. And then the firemen show up, and they go in, they come out, we're not going to touch that. And I go, no, come on. It's your due diligence. You can't just walk away from the guy. Look how he just said, you know what you could do? You take a 2-inch line in there. You come in, from the porch, and there's back stairs from that porch, and then you won't even touch it, and just hose it in. Hose it down the steps, hose it out the front door, hose it all the way down to the street. The guy goes, yeah. He goes, how do you know about a 2-inch? I said, I used to be a volunteer fireman. He goes, oh, now I'm brothers with the firemen, right? So we're all good. And, I'm like looking at their truck, and we're talking about the pump, and it's an International Harvester, 1974. I said, I used to drive a Mack, and we're talking firemen and policemen, and the girls are flirting with everybody, and all is right in the world except for poor Tony. And so they come up through the back porch, go up those steps, come out the other side, and just hose everything down. Just hose him down. He's screaming because, and so, they hose them all down, get it out the front door, down the steps, down, to the street, and then down to the storm drain. Bing, bang, boom, no problem. And so the ambulance shows up, and they basically, the firemen have the jaws of life, and they just snip, bang, 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 bang. And Tony's screaming, no, it's an antique. No, it's devaluated house. Ah! And he's like more concerned about the architectural value of this, clip, clip, clip. And so they can just pick him up without, really hurting him. And they put him on a thing. And they drive him away. And, the firemen, you guys, I said, nope, see you later. I'll come by the house and visit you boys one day. And police, we're best. We trade phone numbers, and they all, and we had like 400 pounds of product in the garage, and a big bag of Benjamins, and no worries. They didn't even know. They didn't care. We have Tony's car, and so I decide, okay, let's get out of here. And I said, honey, where do you want to go? And so let's ask Google. Best hotel in San Francisco, 1930s vintage, still famous today. Oh, just it gives me a bunch of addresses and prices of what it costs. Not even freaking names. Okay, here we go. Marina, no, isn't that. Palace, no. This is it. We went to the Fairmont, San Francisco, and boy, was that place fancy, right? And we drove Tony's car to. Donna had a storage locker that she still had been paying for. Still had Yvonne was actually paying for it. Yvonne had the key, and we, it was not. Was it Sunday? Did we get there? It was still the weekend. Nobody was there. We drove in. We had wrapped our parcels up quite nicely, and made it look like a suitcase, and had things around it that it did, made it smell fresh as a daisy. And we put those in there, and my nice leather pouch, and a few other our suitcases, and a few other stuff from the girls. From Yvonne stuck her stuff from Tony's house, and that's the stuff we got. And I called up the guy from the restaurant. Hey, you still there? And he goes, oh, yeah. What do you want, sir? Oh, anything I can do. I said, yes. That guy who was the chauffeur, he really thanked you for the tip you gave me. I said, well, that's no problem. But we don't have a car as of yet. We need some way, a convenience to get around. And we'd like to meet him in, an hour, or his, round it out. He can be there anytime you want. And I said, yeah, about an hour, and we'll meet him there. So we drove back there. We parked. We sat on the front lawn, and we had moved everything of Yvonne's, everything Don's, everything, right? And we took the two dogs, right? Because the dog did not. We said, you're going to stay here? And he, I asked him in German, you want to stay here? So Fritz, Duca, Yvonne, Donna, Neil, me, we went to the Fairmont. And went in. We had his two dogs on leash, and they were like, both Fritz. He marched in like goose stepping, right? Bella, she does anything. I don't need to have her hooked up, right? She just whatever I say is what we're doing. But I still had her on a leash just to make people comfortable. So we walked in. Yvonne was on one side. Neil, Donna, me, Duca, right? Fritz. We walk in a line, and I walk in, and this, limousine pulls up, right? And we have no suitcases whatsoever, right? We left everything in the locker. And I mean, I have a little bag. Donna has a little bag. Yvonne has, Neil has his little bag, but no suitcases. As I said, whatever we need, we can buy, no problem. And Yvonne kept joking, he'll just buy us a new car, So. And then, after she said that the third time, I said to the guy who was our chauffeur, I said, hey, you can be our chauffeur from now on, right? You're at our disposal. Yes, sir, whatever you want. I said, see, we don't need to buy no stinking car. We have a limousine. And so we go to the Fairmont. That guy from the restaurant, I said, I want you to, anybody, the concierge at the Fairmont? And he goes, oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know him very well. I said, we're showing up at the Fairmont, and we want the best suite, for the best price. Don't have to be president, but the best suite for the best price, best light, best this, best that, near the pool, all the things. And he goes, okay. We show up, and I said, your limo guy can give the concierge the heads up to this, right? He goes, yes, sir. And I said, we're going to have two dogs with us. No problem, sir. Okay. So we get there, and they're waiting for us, with guys without, and the concierge there in this like really, $200 suit, all prepped and primer. And he comes down, the chauffeur opens up the doors. We get out. He's like we were royalty. And we're not. We're like, Hawaiian shirt, cowboy hat, flip-flops, everyone else was just wearing, Neil was barely wearing any clothes. Anyway, they walk us, nearly carry us up to there, and there's a basket of, there's food, fruit, cheese, wine, booze, you name it. The restaurant guy told the concierge the stuff we like, the little lemon jello, you name it. Fairmont had its own bakery, right? So, and it's a suite, like there's the living room, there is, a swimming pool, but we could all fit in, and it's like on the 14th story. It's like a big balcony of all of the harbor and the city and this is the kind of place. And Donna's just like just beaming, right? And they had about 6 guys, and I kind of took out a wad of Benjamins and handed to the concierge. I said, "Give each one of these guys a Ben, and you keep the rest." He goes, "Oh, thank you, right?" And so they went down, and we just had a good time from there on in. And it took about 6 months of spending money like that to go through it. We had a good time. Neil left 3 weeks later. We put him on an airplane back to Australia because he had to get back. He had already spent like 5 months longer than his visa, and he had other, he needed to get back to work, to be Mr. Comic Strip. So that's part A of this story. That's part A. Now it's 5 hours and 58 minutes, and it's 6:31. I'm getting hungry, and I have to move. My butt is killing me. So I thought you liked that, and let's see what you guys have been saying. Maryland, John versus Jesus. Who would win? Wow. Great connecting affirmations. Great track. Jamie Hiller. Slancha, baby. Slancha. No shit, baby. Slancha. That whole trip was Slancha from beginning to end. Desi. Hi, Bob. Dordeman. Let's see. It's love to know you, Bob. Thank you for sharing your amazing tales of your life. And there's more to come. Isn't it amazing? You guys have been watching me for years. How often do I repeat myself? Not too often. Once in a while. Sounds amazing. And remember, don't believe a word I say. And good morning, good evening, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with your Sensei Al Bob, your griot, your storyteller that opens your mind, that gives you the opportunity to have a perspective that the rushing shit world is stepping on you. This channel is the medicine you need, not the jab, the medicine you need to get through these times. Because all you need to do is your best. Being your better self is the key to happiness. Everything else is just mindless pleasure, And once you get that first jolt of heroin or crank or skank or crack, it'll never be the same again, and you'll never, ever, ever get that jolt. No matter what you do, no matter how much you shoot, no matter how many you sell so you can get that pleasure, you'll never get it. The only way, what's better than pleasure is happiness. The only way you can be happy is to help others, to serve love's co-creation, to in every day and every way take the piece of the earth and make it stronger. That's how we're going to get through these times. And we do. I've been through really hard times. I've been a photojournalist in war zones. When I hear John going, "Oh, my life is so hard." I'm 1984, I shot the Olympics, but my gig was I didn't shoot the guys running because there were tons of people taking those pictures. I was sent there to get the story of the people there. And I went there 2 weeks before the Olympics started, and I just started roaming around and talking to people in coffee shops and pubs and places, and getting friendly, and then saying, "Can I take your picture?" Sure. Click. "Can I take a picture with your kid?" Sure. Click. and I come back the next day with the pictures because, I was working for a wire service, so I could give them the film, or we didn't have chips, but I could. It was a machine that I could just put my roll of film into. It would develop it, read it, send it to a place that would print it, send it back electronically, come out. It was the same kind of technology that people use for fax, but a little different. So I could, within 2 hours, I could have a nice print, right? Within a day, no problem, right? So, and my editor knew that was my little shtick. And so, and I was there to do that, because then after giving them the picture, they was like, oh my God, I have no pictures of my kids, and you took such great pictures. Oh, come home and have dinner. Then I have dinner. We drink the drink they drink. We eat the food they eat. I am really interested in their cultural story, because I want to know their psychology, which is their frame of what their cultural, their social orientation, and their cultural derivation. And through the photography and the story I write is the forensic way of looking at it. And I send it back to my editor, and he takes what I've written and writes it into something that people can read and use the picture. And that was my gig, as a photojournalist. And it kind of, after this, so I went there, 1984, the Olympics in Sarajevo. And I got to know a lot of people, really friendly, because not only did I come 2 weeks before the Olympics, I was there for the 3 weeks of the Olympics, and I stayed another 2 weeks. So, I was there almost 2.5 months, right? Staying in a nice hotel, but I was in a really nice hotel. And it was Yugoslavia, not the 3 countries that it is today. And it was the richest of the Soviet satellites, right? And I was in a room where it was like Louis XIV, and the toilet was bigger than the apartment I had in New York. But so I went in there, I pinched a loaf, and there were 6 pieces of like cardboard and paper. It's just the worst, not even toilet paper, rough, gruff, not what a sweet little American like me is used to, not Charmin. And, I used all 6 slices. It was just 6 squares. And I got on the phone. I said, hey, where's the toilet paper? And they said, we left you the 6 squares. I said, but there's 7, what? That's each square is for a day. But there's 7 days. You should hold it. And then the person on the phone said, and do not think of using the towels or the sheets. That's a capital offense. So I went down and asked somebody in the lobby, like the concierge or somebody like that. And I said, so what's up with the 6? And he goes, well, I can give you a roll for $50. American. And I said, really? He goes, well, you can try the black market. It might be a little cheaper, but it might have arsenic or lead on it. I said, okay, $50. So I said, give me 2 rolls. Gave him a Benjamin. And he said, and then I said, on second thought, here's another one. And the next 5 rolls I want. And he goes, okay, you're in the club now, sir. Yeah, you're on my list. And that was like the first day I was there. And that's when I knew that Russia, the communist system, was not a threat to America. If the richest, most affluent, most of all of the communist thing could only give me 6 slices of toilet paper that was chaffing my asshole, these were not a threat. Not a threat. So I stuck around. I really kind of eased into that culture and got to know a lot of people and friends. And I still have a lot of people from that time who are my friends. And so, I stayed there. I did that. And I went back to my life in America. And then 4 years later, the Civil War broke out with Mr. Milosevic. And so the curtain fell down and chaos reigned. And the guy, Tito, he kind of either died or flew the coop. So the vacuum was there and Milosevic came in. and it was just a bloodbath. And then NATO came in and made it worse, just bombed the shit out of everyone and killed, Milosevic. He did some really shitty things. He took artillery, 77 millimeter artillery. Shells were like, a yard long, can blow up a tank. And he ringed Sarajevo with these and used them as a 30-06. He'd see some mother with children running to go to the market. He would shoot this piece of artillery blowing up the neighborhood, trying to get mommy and the little babies. It was like, anyway, I had a number of my fellow journalists who went to that. And, my editor called me up and I said, don't even think about it. I am not going there. I said, I will go there later to take pictures of later, much later. Once people stop killing each other, I will go there later and get that story. But this one, those bloodhounds, they can go do that job. You don't need me. I can't do that. So you're good. You're right. Okay, I'll do that. So I did that. Almost 90, 91 or 92 or, 2 or 3 years after whenever that war was, I went there, right? And Sarajevo, which was the most amazing old world, that city was 1,200 years old, easy. All these amazing pieces of architecture was rubble. They destroyed history. There were things that were there that manifested and were what European humans were. They had, some of the finest early opera houses and cathedral dust. That's exactly what happened to in Syria. I visited Syria in the 70s when I lived in Sweden, and Syria was Damascus was an amazing town. And even though you had the fearless leader there, that family, the Ba'ath political party, everyone had a job, everyone had a house, everyone got a square, everyone was doing whatever the heck they wanted. They wanted to have this kind of business, they had it. They sold rugs, they hats, taxi cab driver, truck, whatever they were doing it. Not a problem. There was no, the only thing is you couldn't diss the political leadership. And some people did, and they just got a little slap on the wrist and say, do that again, no one's going to ever find you. So that's kind of how it was. Meaning, I went there with a bunch of Swede old people and got up the airplane. And things about Swedes, they can be pretty have Lana tell you the story of what that can be. But when they're away from their homeland, they're wild, crazy, fun-loving people. And they're always looking at, like Lana went to New York City, and she had a view that most people wouldn't have. And she told me about it. And I said, you're right on, and some people might get, insulted. But Lana, I love Lana because she is like, talk about, the people's saint of truth. Lana is fucking that it beyond anybody I know. She is hardcore, hard case. Love that girl, right? She's, she got my back. Yeah. Thank you. Well, my next live stream, like I said, I'm hungry. It's almost 7. So I'm going to just tie the loose ends of all of this together and go get something to eat and come back. And so let's say it's like 6:45. So 7, so somewhere around 8:30. How's about that, right? But man, this is almost, 5:30. My voice, I have to remember that Nazi nun crushed my esophagus. But boy, can he talk. He can talk. So long story short, went back to Yugoslavia, but everything was all these places. And when I was there for the Olympics and I got to know these people, they took me I didn't just stay in Sarajevo. They took me out to their little towns. And there's, Serbs, Croats, and the B people. They're not Bohemians, but close. But anyway, and I knew all of them. And what was amazing was that these people lived with each other for 100 years. They married into each other's families. They were right on top of each other. But you could taste the animosity of history. And that's what exploded It wasn't just Milosevic. He was the sick fuck who was the sick fuck, but a lot of other people went there too. So I went to all those little towns and I tried to find. I found a few people, and then they took me to other people, and they showed me the story, and I took pictures of it, and I, sent them back to my editor, and he basically said these are brilliant, and that was my, why I'm not a world famous photographer. I'm a Magnum photographer, but my pictures were so true, and they didn't represent any belief. It was like, if you believed commies were terrible and you saw these, you would like, oh my God, realize that U.S. jet power did 80% of the blowing shit up and killing people. Yes, Milosevic, he took out Sarajevo, but NATO took out all of Yugoslavia and destroyed whatever kind of fiber there was in that country that might be. That's why they had to split it up to 3 different countries, and that's what Mr. Bologna wanted. He didn't want that part of that universe. That part of that place had so much, spiritual power that those people had kept it together, did something right with it, but NATO blew it apart, and that's what they want to do in the Ukraine. There is no political or economic or social. The only reason that's going to go down is because Lockheed Martin, Marriott, Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed. Why did we expand NATO into all those countries? Because then all those countries had to buy American weapons. So all those companies made trillions of dollars over the last 20 years, 30 years. And what have we done to ease the tension there? We put close to $400 billion of weapons in the last few weeks. People go, oh yeah, that Jojo, the used car salesman, he's really he wants peace. It's only the deep state that it's President boing boing Jojo. He really wants peace. There isn't a war that guy hasn't not liked. A movie called Shoot Through the Heart tells the story. Yep, exactly. Beautifully and gracefully. Yep. So, and the other movie that kind of is setting up the story to what's going on is Wag the Dog, right? So yeah, so here we go. I mean, why did we go into Iraq twice? First in '91, no reason at all to go in there, and the second time, no, there were no weapons of mass destruction. But I'm really getting hungry, and I really have to move my body. So, okay, I'm gonna quit right here, right now. I love you all. Look at that, 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 27 seconds. I love it when it comes to a number. So I'll be back in about 8:30, 8:45, something like that. Right? I'm getting a little hungry, and I want to move my body a little bit. Okay.